Good morning, everybody. We're so excited. So many folks are here to join us. The line is quite long out downstairs, so we're going to wait another 5 or so minutes so that folks have an opportunity to get in. I think we have some guests, particularly in the beginning of the time, that we want to make sure are in the room. So anyway, thank you so much for making time to be here with us, and we'll gavel in about 5 minutes or so. to order at 9:10 a.m. So moving along in the, do we need to do a quick roll call? All right, Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you. Welcome to the June meeting. And we'll start with roll call. President Kaur is not with us today. Vice President Haley.
Present.
Superintendent Horn. Member Catanese.
Present.
Member Clark.
Here.
Dr. Clay.
Here.
Dr. Hagerman is not with us today. Member Kravickas. Member Meyerson. Dr. Robbins is not with us today. Vice President Haley, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much. Just a friendly reminder amongst my peers, anytime we talk, you press the little mic button, it will turn green. And then when you're done, press it off. So I just, for a point of personal privilege is to give a president's report. Many of the board members have an opportunity to be out in the field and visit different programs and schools and classrooms. And at the beginning of the month, I had the pleasure of visiting Camp Catanese of our fellow board member, Jason. And this is an extraordinary camp that was held on Arizona West, ASU West campus. 221 students with 40 kids on the wait list had an opportunity to engage in creative writing, math, science, college planning. Like, how do you think about applying to college? How do you write a personal statement? How do you fill out the FAFSA? How do you think about what kind of career experience one might want to pursue? And it was an incredible delight. Executive Director Ross and I were able to attend. And it was just amazing. These kids get to laugh, they get to play, they get to swim, and they get to just really, as they say, let their hair down for a week. So Jason, it was an amazing experience. I'm grateful. I know that over the next couple of years, your vision is to reach 500 students. My challenge to ASU is to build more dorms so that more students have access to this program. So anyway, a real delight to be able to see students in rising 7th through 12th grade really have a plan for their future and be excited about it. One other note is 100% are free and reduced lunch. They don't pay anything. It's first come, first serve. I think they filled up in 4 sessions over 2 days. And about 85 to 90% of those students will be first in their families to pursue a post-secondary degree. So anyway, bravo, Jason. I think you're blushing. So with that, I'd love to yield to Superintendent Horn for your update.
Thank you. And I'll just add to what the vice chair has said is that I've heard a lot about the amazing academic results you've received, Jason, and I want to congratulate you for that. When our administration took office last January, we adopted a mission statement, and the very first phrase in that mission statement was that we are a service agency. So we're organizing school improvement teams that will go out to the schools, highly qualified teachers and administrators, to help them do better. That's part of the service that we will provide. As part of that program, we designated what we regarded, and it's a hard thing to determine, but what we regarded as the 10 principals and superintendents who had done the most to raise the academic achievement of schools in a short period of time, from an F to a B or a D to an A, that sort of thing. And we did that for 2 reasons. One was to honor them, but the second reason was to learn from them as we develop our own school improvement process, get their ideas and their observations. We've invited all 10 to come to this board meeting to report to the board members on what they did to achieve those quick and substantial improvements. Of course, it's summer, so not everybody could make it, but 4 were able to make it. And my agreement with Sean is that each one can have 3 minutes to tell the board about how they achieved this substantial and quick improvement in the performance of their schools or their districts. So I'll call them one at a time to be recognized and give their 3 minutes. And just beforehand, I just want to say congratulations to them again for remarkable achievements. We're going to start with Megan Brown from the Buckeye District.
Good morning. I am Megan Brown, the very proud principal of Buckeye Elementary School in downtown Buckeye. We serve about 1,200 students, kindergarten through 8th grade, and self-contained special education as well. So I entered into the principalship in January of 2021, directly after the school received a failing letter grade that previous October, along with continued pandemic disruptions. My school community was devastated, and we're determined to do better by our students and improve student achievement. Through the supports of Project Momentum, we laced up our boots and got to work. The first thing we did was form a guiding coalition to act as that model PLC to drive our school improvement efforts forward. This team did a lot of hard work over the summer, as well as many hours after school, focused on building our school vision and mission, as well as our core beliefs. We dug into our comprehensive needs assessment to determine the instructional areas of focus. We implemented a Tier 1 literacy support plan that included a highly targeted and structured phonics program to ensure that all students kindergarten through 4th grade received instruction to boost their phonics skills. We know that readers are leaders. We recognize that all students also need to receive rigorous at grade level instruction. So we worked as a collaborative community to ensure that our Tier 1 blocks of instruction were solid and consistent across all classrooms. The work that needed to be done was hard work, and it required the teachers to collaborate, plan, analyze data, and grow as learners themselves to ensure that all of our students were growing and achieving. Our school culture maintained a focus on celebrating this growth, and as a guiding coalition, we exuded joy and passion for both student and teacher learning. This focus of celebrating all growth built a positive and productive school climate and culture. Teacher development and collaboration were primary focuses, knowing that our highest yielding strategy for student achievement is an effective teacher. Our professional development plans are targeted and intentional to support and build strong instructional practices that elicit results within the classrooms. Our teachers meet weekly as collaborative teams, focusing on deepening their knowledge of the content and analyzing student data to maintain a constant pulse on student learning. These collaborative team meetings act as embedded professional development and provide teachers with action plans based on student data that they can implement immediately. We proudly moved our school out of the failing category and received a letter grade of a B 18 months after we implemented the school improvement plan. We still have a lot of work to do. We're not done by any means, but my staff, students, and community are committed to work and fulfilling our vision of high levels of achievement for all students. Thank you.
An F to a B in 18 months. Congratulations, Megan, and thank you. The next one is Joshua Payne from Nogales.
Good morning, Executive Director, President of the Board, Mr. Tom Horn, Superintendent. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Joshua Payne, and I'm the proud principal at Robert M. Bracker Elementary School in Nogales Unified School District number 1. So when Mr. Horn asked that we come speak for 3 minutes to talk about some of the great things that we've been doing and how we've achieved our letter grade and how we've continued to improve throughout the years at Bracker, it brings me back to 2008 when Robert Bracker was awarded a National Blue Ribbon School of Excellence. So having been in Nogales Unified School District now for 4 years, a district of about 6,000 students, 10 schools in total, I kind of went to the drawing board and how I'm going to pick up some of this progress that we've made and sustain it. I know through the pandemic, it's been very difficult to sustain some of the high reading levels. And having that we are a large percentage of English language learners, both in our district and at my school, it's important that we understand that a lot of our students are coming in language deficient. And so immediately, obviously we use the protocols, but we determine what their needs are, not just based on their levels, but based on their prior experience. One thing that you'll often see too in my school district is we have a large portion of open enrolled students, and we also service a lot of students that are binational, and therefore some of their experience in not just United States schools, but also just schools in general is very limited. Some come to us with no English, little to no English, even as late as 4th or 5th grade. So it's really important that we just kind of find out what their needs are. And so by doing that, we have a really organized program in that we have intervention for all students K through 5 that all teachers and the reading team participate in. We bring the students into the reading room. We teach phonics, we assess their levels, and we essentially target reading, and that's our #1 priority. In addition to that, obviously, we do targeted instruction for our English language learners and integrated English language instruction. If you go to OL, so you learn about ELD, you'll understand about the integrated. So it's integrated with the English language arts curriculum in the classrooms. So ultimately, the majority of our teachers are bilingual. And I think that does help because ultimately they know what these students are going through, being that they're bilingual Spanish, English speakers. What else? So ultimately, we really are a small community. We get to know our parents. We have a lot of community stakeholders that are very involved. You'll see down in Nogales, you'll see Christmas parades and spelling bees and the Buffalo Soldiers Parade and lots of things with Santa Cruz County and the arts. Ultimately, we're a team. We don't just work in silos. We're not isolated. So we not only help Nogales Unify, but we help all of Southern Arizona. So you'll see us work with we call it the I-19 corridor all the way up to Sahuarita, Green Valley, but also out to Patagonia. You'll actually go see us do meetings for ASBA, for the State Board Association at Patagonia High School. So we work in tandem with a lot of different stakeholders. We don't just focus on our numbers or who's who or where's where. We actually are a community down there. What else? And we do focus a lot on STEM education. I know MESA is a big deal. Obviously, we do coordinate a lot of our curriculum and instruction through the high school. So NHS, Nogales High School, is essentially sets the tone for us and the things that we're going to do, both with the honors and the International Baccalaureate bilingual program. I think it's one of the few in the state that does IB bilingual. That's essentially it. Anybody come from the board, state board, would come down to Nogales, they'd be pleasantly surprised. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all today.
Thank you and congratulations, Joshua. The next speaker is Christopher Loya from Marshall District in Tucson.
Good morning. So I'm Dr. Loya. I'm the principal of Marshall Elementary from Tucson Unified School District. Post-pandemic, students really didn't have the resiliency or the desire to sit in class all day. So we really worked on our students with some of the difficult behaviors that they had, and using respectful, positive behavioral methods, we put it out for them, having them try to get their own buy-in to their education. So we provided clear expectations, encouragement, positive reinforcement, and then we created this culture of respect, which helped shape behaviors, attitudes towards life, and their schooling and their education. So we worked really hard at that first. But post-COVID, we knew students were a little bit behind. We knew they weren't really at grade level. So we decided to focus on their strengths and capabilities at that moment and not worry about where they should be, worry about where they should be, but worry about where they were in the moment. And that's how we're going to move them on. So we front-loaded a lot of professional development with guided reading, which is going to assess the students and assessment and assess the students and where they're at and work where they need to be, and challenge them at that level. The guided reading asks teachers to work on their students' level and focus on growth. Now, immediately the next task is how are you going to maintain that, the fidelity, and the process of working at students' reading level while challenging them enough to grow. Our students immediately saw results with that fidelity and staying on it. Teachers worked consistently in small groups, and gave students the tools that they needed to achieve. Our school was able to rise from a C to an A, which was really important for us. Thank you. So at Marshall Elementary School, you can't say anything enough about the teachers. It's a group of dedicated, caring, and inspired teachers. They're an inspiration to me and to their students and to the community. And as soon as we can round up that $1 million bonus that they're supposed to get soon, each, I think they definitely deserve it. So thank you.
C to an A in a short period of time. Congratulations and thank you. And our last speaker is Superintendent Hollis Merrill from Snowflake.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn, Madam Chair, and board members. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. My name is Hollis Merrill, and I'm the superintendent of the Snowflake Unified School District in Snowflake, Arizona. We serve the communities of Snowflake and Taylor. This week I will complete my 30th year in education in 3 different rural districts. I spent my entire career, 22 of those years in Snowflake. We know there's commonalities between successful schools. You've heard some of that today. We know that you need leadership at all levels, effective leadership, good leadership at all levels, including teacher leaders. We need systems in place that are followed with fidelity. Obviously, we need good teachers and staff. And also, we work on our culture. That's the 4th thing that we talk about. We work really hard on that. And it's a continuous process. We don't feel like we can ever say we've arrived. We always know there's more to do. So we work and strive for that. When I returned back to the Snowflake District 14 years ago in this position, most of our schools were C schools, and we've raised that fairly quickly to all A schools. It's an odd year when we have a school that's not an A school. Immediately when I returned back to the Snowflake District, I knew that one of the biggest challenges we had is we didn't have any curriculum alignment. Our teachers that were teaching the same grade level next door to each other were doing completely different things. We know that to have success, we've got to work together in PLCs, professional learning communities. You've heard that previously. And so once we got the curriculum aligned, so everybody's teaching the same standard on the same week, then they can meet each Friday. They review how their students did on a weekly assessment. And that helps level the playing field for the teachers, meaning when they're working together and they meet every Friday and see how they did and how their students performed, those that did well, they're going to share that information with the others. So it kind of levels the playing field for all the staff. And then those students are identified that need additional help, and we provide those opportunities for them to receive that additional help. That's really the basis of how we do things. It's a whole lot more complicated than that. But when people ask me what's the one thing that has helped contribute to your success, if I have to narrow it down to one thing, I do say that the increased collaboration, not just within each school. We have 6 schools, but we have 2 elementaries that are K3 and 2 that are 4-6, and they work very closely together now when that wasn't happening previously. Share one thing that our high school did that was unique. Our schools are 5-day week. K8, our high school is a 4-day week. However, most of our staff is there all day on Friday, 8 to noon. Students that need additional help come either by assignment or voluntarily come in. And those students that need additional help have the opportunity to receive that help on a one-on-one situation. That really propelled our high school to new heights as far as student achievement. And students are motivated because if everything's in order, they don't have to come to school on Friday morning. So number 1, it's a motivation. Number 2, the students that actually need help have the opportunity to get that help. So thank you for what you do for our students and families of Arizona. And it's a privilege to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Hollis. The other subject I wanted to talk about is about English language learners. I sent a letter to the schools regarding the law on the subject. I understand it's generated some controversy. The rules of the state board are that during the public comments, the board members do not respond. So this is my chance to talk about that subject. In the year 2000, an initiative was passed by over 60% of Arizona voters, which provided that instruction for English language learners shall be in English. Very clear requirement. Exceptions for students whose parents qualified for and gave waivers, but other than that, there was nothing to detract from that clear sentence. So when I took office the first time in 2003, because my predecessor had not enforced that law, we undertook not only to require that all instruction for English language learners be in English, which was required by the statute. And when a statute passes by initiative, even the legislature cannot interfere with it except by a 3/4 vote, and provided that that 3/4 vote furthers the intent of the initiative. So it's a very basic part of Arizona law. And even more important than the requirement that we made was we started very intensive instruction for teachers as to how to teach effective structured English immersion. A number of teachers arrived hostile because of ideology they'd been exposed to, but by the end of the courses, they gave our teachers standing ovations, and I read the evaluations. They were all very high evaluations. Under bilingual, before we took office, a pathetic 4% of students became proficient in English in 1 year. At that rate, almost none would become proficient ever in English, and they would fail in the economy. With the structured English immersion program, we increased that from 4% to 29%. At 29%, in 3 or 4 years, virtually all would become proficient in English. So that was quite a big change. And it was no surprise. There had been an important article in a periodical called Education Next. You can read it online, educationnext.org. It's sponsored by Harvard and Stanford. It was a massive study of English language immersion versus bilingual. And it concluded that those who'd been in immersion outperformed those who'd been in bilingual education in everything that was measured. More graduated from school, more went to college. In entry into the average salary was higher, and in entry into high status occupations, the difference was almost 2 to 1 in favor of those who had been in English immersion versus bilingual. After leaving office, things became more lax, and the proficiency rate has come down from 29% in 1 year to 9% in 1 year. So we are determined to get the proficiency rate back up, because for these students to succeed, they have got to become proficient in English as quickly as possible. So the requirement of the law would be all that we would need to say, that the analysis could stop there. We all have to obey the law. But in addition to that, there's very good national study and our own statistical experience here in Arizona that this is what's in the interest of the students, so they can master English quickly and succeed academically, and then later on in the economy. That's all that I have to say.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn. Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I'm super excited for the executive director's report today. It kind of plays off of the ability to highlight the great work happening in the schools. Great work happening in schools happens because of great leaders, great teachers, and great kids. And I'm so excited that we have some really great kids with us today. So just to give a little bit of background, the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program was created in 1964, and it recognizes distinguished graduating high school seniors. Program was extended in 1979 to include students demonstrating exceptional artistic talent, and then again in 2015 to include accomplishments in career and technical education. This year, Arizona has 4 students who were named presidential scholars. And so we were so proud of those kids and so excited that we have invited them and their families to join us today to be recognized by the state board. Just a little bit of the process. We're going to call each student up individually. We have a little plaque for them. We'll have them take a photo in front of the dais with the board, and then one more photo with their family in front of the dais. And then after we've called all students, we'll have everybody do it together, if that's okay. So just be ready to be photographed. And so, this is just such an exciting moment for Arizona. Our kids are the best of us, and it's really exciting to have these kids here with us today. So first, we have Tyler Mingfei Tam from Phoenix Country Day School, who was named a U.S. Presidential Scholar. Tyler.
Should we come down?
You know what? It looks kind of neat on the dais if you're all standing. It's a little, I don't know. It feels very Supreme Court. That's a technical term.
Should we scoot in closer?
Yeah, why don't you scoot in?
You will be in. Oh, a little bit.
And then let's get mom and dad too. We know behind every great kiddo is a great family, so let's get the family as well.
Yeah, I guess we should see.
So next, we have Roshana Garudu from Basis Scottsdale, who was named a presidential scholar as well. Roshana?
Here, come closer. Jenny.
Right.
And then up next, we have, and this is particularly fun. Each of the kids was able to nominate a teacher that had a large impact on them as well. We invited each of those teachers to come, and I'll announce each of those teachers' names. Unfortunately, not all of them were able to make it, but we do have a teacher with us today. So the student, let's do the student first, then we'll call the teacher up, is Tej Desai from Paradise Valley High School, who was named a U.S. Presidential Scholar in Career and Technical Education.
Remember Haley, can you click on your microphone so that on YouTube we see you guys?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Oh, we remember Kathy stopping in the back.
That's perfect.
Yes.
You got it.
Yes,
Come on.
yes, you do.
So great.
You can tell I'm excited. I'm screwing up the order. So Tej actually did nominate his teacher who was here with us today. We have Dr. Rini Samuel, an engineering teacher from Paradise Valley School, and Dr. Samuel was named a most influential teacher by Tej. So we have an award for Dr. Samuel as well. And then Tej, we've got to get you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have actually good news. I didn't realize she was with us. My apologies. So Tyler had actually nominated Robin Anderson, a foreign language teacher from Phoenix Country Day. And Robin is with us. So Robin, if you would come up, and then we'll do a photo with Tyler and Robin as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then let's get our award winners up here and do one. Now, we did have a fourth award winner who was unable to make it, Zachariah Gladney from University High School in Tucson, who was named U.S. Presidential Scholar in Arts. So hopefully he's with us in spirit. But let's give one last round of applause to these amazing kids.
Congratulations, you guys. So awesome. That's right. You could leave them. Thank you, moms and dads and students and teachers. We are so proud of you, and thanks for representing our great state. I think we are now ready to move to the call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on the consent portion of the agenda. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. And Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We do have several folks, both in person and virtuals, requested to speak. Up first, we have Georgina Monsalvo, followed by Emilio Torres, and then Sarah Jedlowski. So Georgina will be up first.
Great. I think is Georgina outside? There's someone that's in the hallway. Great. Executive Director Ross, if you don't mind, we'll just say the names one more time. And so Georgina will go first, and Georgina, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, President and members of the State Board of the Board of Education. My name is Georgina Monsalvo, and today here is my son Jorge. He's downstairs. He couldn't come with me. He is an 8th grader, and he is an English language learner student. I am here to express my strong opposition to Superintendent Tom Horn's recent decision to remove the 50-50 model for ELL students. As parents, we rely on the education system to value diverse perspectives, and Superintendent Horn's attempt to eliminate the dual language model not only exceeds his authority, but also fails to prioritize the best interests of our children. In 2019, when I first learned about the ELL legislation, I felt very, very happy. As an ELL student myself, I personally experienced the challenges of being segregated from my peers and missing out on essential subjects while trying to learn English. Thanks to the recent reforms, my son now has the opportunity to master the English language while fully participating in the regular curriculum. The educational system for ELL students underwent a comprehensive transformation in 2020 with the adoption of new models recommended by the Department of Education in collaboration with its advisory council. These models were developed, evaluated, and implemented to improve the educational experience of all ELL students, including my son. However, we now find ourselves uncertain about what lies ahead. Are we going to force our students to revert to outdated teaching methods? It is crucial that we continue to promote and support English language learners as it fosters cultural diversity, but also encourages global citizenship and paves the way for educational excellence. By investing in their language acquisition, embracing their unique perspectives, and providing inclusive learning environments, we can build a society that celebrates diversity, nurtures empathy, and equips all students with the necessary skills to thrive in our interconnected world. Therefore, I kindly request the board to add this topic to the agenda for the upcoming meeting. Superintendent Horn's decisions was made without allowing for public input, and it is imperative that we provide our children with better opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Our Executive Director Ross, and when we're going to have 2 minutes, and we would like to ask everyone to refrain from clapping. We know that this is a passionate topic, but we would like to be able to move the conversation forward. So thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have Emilio Torres, followed by Sarah Jedlowski, and then Rodrigo Guerrero.
Sorry. Good morning, dear President and members of the State Board of Education. Thank you for your time today. I stand before you to express concern over Superintendent Tom Horns and the Department of Education's recent decision to terminate the dual language program for English language learner students. There are two very important points the board needs to consider that are somewhat different than the way Superintendent Horn represents Prop 203 on this issue. First, what voters passed with Prop 203 only stipulated 1 year. It also left it up to the state board to define what SEI meant and how to administer it. We had two legal memos in 2018 confirming this, one from a Republican attorney and one from a Democrat attorney, in addition to legislative counsel at the time under Governor Doug Ducey. Second, state law makes it very clear that educational standards and content are under the purview of the state board, not the superintendent. Therefore, his unilateral decision was outside of his statutory authority and therefore not legal. Our children's future should not be shaped by unsupported claims or personal biases, but by evidence-based, effective educational practices. We need to uphold the rights of our students to the best education possible and stand up for established ELL laws. As member of the board, you are the voice of our students and have the authority to protect their educational rights. I urge you to reaffirm your support for dual language programs and assure community that their voices matter. Please remind Superintendent Horn and the Department of Education that they are not above the law. Stand up for our children, their education, and their future. Therefore, I call upon you to add this issue to the agenda for the next board meeting and ensure the correct democratic processes are followed. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Sarah Jedlowski, followed by Rodrigo Guerrero, and then Patricia Fernandez.
Trying to press the button, just center one.
Oh, it's on seat screen.
Okay. Good morning, President and members of the board. My name is Sarah Jedlowski. I will be reading a statement from a parent who was unable to be here today. His name is Scott Rodham. Scott wrote, "My wife Laurel and I moved with our young daughters from Oregon to Tucson last June. 1 year prior, my wife decided to pursue a PhD program in language acquisition, particularly dual language education. We both started our careers as Spanish teachers. We spent months researching and applying for PhD programs in cities throughout the West that, one, had strong PhD programs, and two, had a school district with excellent dual language program for our 10, 7, and 5-year-old daughters to continue becoming awesome little bilingual girls. We looked at dozens of programs. The only cities in all of the West that would work were Seattle, Corvallis, Davis, San Francisco, LA, and Tucson. After dozens of hours of research, we chose Tucson. After a year in the system, me, an assistant principal in my dual language K-12, my daughter's first, third, and sixth graders at a beautiful fully dual language K-8, and my wife, a 1-year PhD, studying the best ways for students to learn English and Spanish. I assure you, Tucson Unified has indeed created an inevitable dual language program with exceptional teachers, and they are really exceptional. Ms. Ceballos taught my daughter Olympia. Ms. Valenzuela here taught Nicolette. They are kind and transformational teachers that every parent dreams of their children being with every day. That being said, the unique magic of dual language is as much with the students as it is with their incredible teacher. My daughters interact with other kids who are native Spanish speakers every day. With those Spanish models, our daughter's success in dual language will drop. With those native Spanish models, the 8th grade dual language students at my school who outperformed all classes on all sections of the AASA test this year and every year will go back to being average. If you decide to take away the waivers, my family will be the first to leave Arizona. First, because of the drop in quality of education for our daughters. Even more urgently, my wife will not be able to continue her PhD here. Without native models, her research on dual language would be considered inauthentic, illegitimate. It won't get funded, it won't get read. If we want our children in Arizona to succeed, to be fluent, please at the very least keep the waivers for our native Spanish speakers. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Rodrigo Guerrero, followed by Patricia Fernandez, and then Monica Ramos.
Hey, President, I'm good.
Morning, members of the board. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Ms. Margarita Munoz. She's out in the lobby from Tucson, came to speak, but wasn't able to register in time. Good morning, President and board members. My name is Margarita Munoz, and I'm a dual language educator of 4 years, and I'm here today as a very concerned educator. I'm concerned because Superintendent Horton's claims that the dual language program violates Section 15-753 are misplaced and that there's plain statute interpretation. First, English is taught in English through dual language program. There have been no claims otherwise. Therefore, the statute is satisfied. The second part of the sentence says, quote, English language learners shall be educated through sheltered English immersion, end quote. This is coincidentally what the program took into question. For example, in my classroom, the ELs are taken out to a different classroom and taught English, thus complying with the statute. Now, dual language programs are only successful with English language proficient models and Spanish language proficient models. If the Spanish models are taken away, it dilutes the program success rate. Why? Well, because Spanish speakers present English speakers and are thus exposed to social interactions in Spanish, whether it's playing soccer during recess, eating lunch, and eventually becoming friends. That is where the language is developed and learned, and thus applied to a deeper and more meaningful level outside the classroom. Now, I bring into question Superintendent Horn's claims of taking Spanish speakers or ELL students' opportunity away to become bilingual students. Because with his claims, he wants English speakers to attend dual language programs and reap the benefits of being able to read and write and eventually become fully bilingual. But he will not allow the ELLs the same opportunity. And as you know, being educated in 2 languages leads to better future employment. And isn't that what we all want for Arizona children? Isn't that what we want for Arizona, period? A better and brighter future in order to keep Arizona thriving. I've seen firsthand the benefits of the dual language program. My students are engaged, they're confident, and their cognitive skills and comprehension skills often surpass those of their monolingual peers. Thus, I invite you, Superintendent Horn, and any others to come visit a dual language classroom anywhere in Arizona. And please make note of the opportunity that you are putting into question and to be removed for some of our Arizona children. I thank you for taking the time to listen to one of our educators, and I yield back.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Patricia Fernandez, followed by Monica Ramos, and then Anna Manzano.
Good morning, Superintendent Horn and members of the board. I am an educator and a former dual language immersion teacher. On February 14, 2019, SB 1014 was passed and signed into law, requiring a minimum of 120 minutes daily of structured English immersion for K-5. This board then adopted 4 research and evidence-based models to better serve our English learners, 50-50 dual language immersion being one of them. In dual language, these 120 minutes are implemented with fidelity during the English time of the day. Students receive instruction only in English, following state standards and using English-only materials. Per the Arizona Legislative Council memo on May 31st, I quote, although a student placed in structured English immersion must be taught in English when that student is actively participating in structured English immersion, the statutes do not necessarily preclude a student who is learning English from being taught in a language other than English when the student is not in structured English immersion, unquote. It is important to emphasize that in dual language, students are not learning another language during English structured immersion time. Therefore, the 50-50 DLI model is in fact in compliance with the law. We cannot place the context of bilingual education from over 20 years ago onto the newer research-based DLI model. Dual language takes a completely different approach to teaching languages. It is a rigorous program designed to yield high academic achievement for all students and develop high levels of proficiency in English and in a partner language. Research supports that dual language is the most effective model to close the achievement gap for English learners. I have seen firsthand as a dual language teacher how my students outperform other students in English-only settings. Therefore, I respectfully ask the board to reinstate dual language as one of the 4 SCI models and remove the waiver requirement, which will deny English learners' parents the choice of enrolling their children in the program and close that door for them. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Monica Ramos, followed by Anna Manzano, and then Sarani Joshua.
Good morning, Superintendent Horn and members of the board. I am here to speak about the waivers required for the dual language immersion. Dual language immersion programs are an integral part of the future of Arizona. They are part of a parent's ability to choose where and how their children are taught. These waivers take away our choice. My name is Monica Ramos, and I am a parent of 2 girls who participate in this invaluable teaching model. Spanish was my eldest's first language. She is fluent in both English and Spanish. She's a member of the National Junior Honor Society and flourishing. My youngest is in the gifted program and also knows both languages. They are firsthand accounts that children who participate in dual language immersion can compete with or even outperform their non-DLI peers. I came to this country only speaking Spanish, and although I was not enrolled in a DLI program, having been taught how to read and write in my native tongue at home helped me tremendously when learning how to read and write in English. I did extremely well in spelling tests because I would memorize English words by phonetically sounding them out in Spanish. I am proud to say that I was the first in my family to graduate college, and with honors at that. As parents, we have the right to choose our children's educational pathway, and we choose dual language. I drive miles away from my home so that my kids have this opportunity. Superintendent Horn, your responsibility is to find research and evidence-based programs that will better our children and not what you think is best for them. We are not in an era where immigrants need to be assimilated and renounce their roots. Our children deserve to be respected for who they are and what they already bring to the classroom. They don't deserve to be treated like there's something wrong with them and you have to fix them, which is basically what your waiver states. As a parent, I respectfully ask that this board remove the waiver requirement imposed to us by Superintendent Horn and reinstate dual language as one of the models to serve our English learners immediately. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Anna Manzano, followed by Sarani Joshua, and then Sarath Joshua.
Good morning, Superintendent, board members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Ana Manzano. I'm a former EL and a bilingual educator of 26 years. A few years ago, I stood before this body speaking in favor of SB 1014, which brought flexibility to the SEI model. A bipartisan decision was made in favor of supporting the best educational outcomes for English learners. It was grounded in sound research, and it supported parental choice and access to quality programming. It also allowed districts to meet the needs of the communities that they serve. Superintendent Horn is making decisions that will set our programs back decades and that are based on a false narrative. Last week, a memo was sent out by ADE that was followed by a memo from the General Counsel stating that dual language programs for ELs were illegal and did not seemingly comply with the law. Section 15752 of the state law states that ELs should be taught in English through sheltered English immersion, which occurs in DLI programming. A strong English language development program is essential for ELs in order for a DLI program to be successful. ADE is overreaching in their interpretation of the law, requiring that ELs be proficient in English before being able to participate in DLI programming. Section 15753 of the law regarding parental waivers states that a student should have or possess good English skills as measured by an oral evaluation or a standardized test. What the superintendent is asking does not comply with the law. We want to ensure that all Arizona children have a strong linguistic background, strong linguistic abilities, that they are employable in the 21st century and beyond, that they have sound research-based educational programming. And it is critical that we address the baseless information that is being disseminated by the ADE and the legality of the state superintendent's decision to dismantle a program that was approved by this body and that complies with the law and ensures success for all of our students. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Sarani Joshua, followed by Sarath Joshua, and then Beatrice Arias.
Good morning, dear President and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Dr. Sarani Joshua, and my child is in the 50-50 dual language program. My son is a foster child on the path to becoming a transracial adoptee. Maintaining his Spanish is one of the few ways that I can keep him connected to his culture and heritage while also supporting all of his language development. His 50-50 dual language program has been a godsend to us. His primary language is now English, but he is still classified ELL. My son and his other ELL label students shouldn't have to fight for their place in these beneficial programs. I am also here as a teacher to advocate for all ELL students. Since I started teaching math in Arizona 15 years ago, I have come home and vented to my husband that my students have 0 first languages. And I use that phrasing very specifically. My ELL spoke Spanish at home, but they didn't have academic language in Spanish, and they didn't know how to read or write in it. Then they came to school and they learned English, but they didn't have enough skills in their primary language to build upon. Dual language programs don't harm ELL students, it helps them. First, students need to learn about formal language structure and skills in the language they think in. Any Arizona teacher can tell you how difficult it is for us to teach children to read and write in English when they never learn to do so in the language of their own thoughts. Second, dual language programs prevent ELL students from falling behind in their content areas while they're developing their English, which is exactly what happened with the 4-hour English immersion, English only block. Third is the giant issue of student motivation. Any experienced teacher knows the best way to motivate students is to give them a role and purpose in your classroom culture. Right now, if I have monolingual ELL students, they are hardworking, but they're quiet and passive and only the recipient of help. Consider now the dual language 50-50 programs. These kids now get to be the helpers and the leaders and the purveyors of information instead of only the recipients. But they still pack up and leave that Spanish classroom and go to an English-only classroom for half the day and practice their English. I also note that the largest change since 2019 is not the relatively small number of ELLs in dual language programs, but COVID. It seems highly unethical to imply the dual languages or cause the drop in our scores. Please do not reserve dual language only for our most privileged students. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Sarath Joshua, followed by Beatrice Arias, and then Francesca Figueroa.
Good morning, President and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Sarath Joshua. I would like to say a few words in support of the 50-50 dual language program that immensely benefits my 7-year-old grandson, who is also a foster child. He has been under the care of my daughter and her husband since 2019 and is going through a formal adoption process. He was born in South American country and was brought into the US when he was about 2 years old. For the last 3 years, he has learned to speak fluent English as his primary language, but he's still currently labeled as an English language learner. I feel that it is very important that children like him are given the opportunity to learn Spanish in addition to English so that they can learn about and appreciate their cultural origin. Such children can become the leaders needed in the future with positive cross-cultural attitudes and global understanding. It seems deeply unjust that according to the changes in the that are proposed, students labeled as English language learners will be barred from participating in the dual language program. There is lots of evidence that points to benefits of being bilingual students. Some of these benefits include better job opportunities, better educational performance, enhanced communication skills, etc. I would like to close by appealing to the board to consider the needs of the children like my grandson who will benefit much from the opportunity to develop bilingual skills. As adults, they will be a great asset to the nation. Thank you very much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Beatrice Arias, Francesca Figueroa, and then Jocelyn Guzman Miramontes.
Good morning, Professor. I am Beatriz Arias, Professor of Education at Arizona State University, Emeritus. And for 30 years, I have spent my career working on improving educational opportunities for English learners. Most recently, I served helping Judge Buried in Tucson select dual language education as a remedy for English learners in the Flores Mendoza case. And so you see that there's a lot of activity here in Arizona about the positive aspects of dual language education. I'm here today to share my concern regarding the instruction of English language learners in this state. I am concerned that the board be aware of recent research, which has found that after 12 years of Arizona's implementation of structured English immersion, English learner students are still underperforming. The SEI model has failed our English learners. The study published in the International Journal of Bilingual Education and Bilingualism in 2022, the authors say, after more than a decade of strict implementation of Proposition 203, achievement differences in English learners grow more dramatic with time, showing that Arizona's strict English-only educational program for ELs is just as ineffective as the research literature indicated. The results show that the differences between the two groups has grown over time, and the achievement does not support the conclusion that Arizona has improved educational outcomes with this model. This is not a difference to be taken lightly. We are addressing the educational opportunity or lack of it for over 75,000 students K-12. This underperformance of ELs is not just over 1 year, but over a decade. In 2013, less than 8% of Arizona's ELs met basic level or above 4th grade reading. And in 2019, only 16% met basic level or above. English learners in Arizona are entitled to access an effective research-based instruction. We have failed a generation of ELs. We cannot fail another 75,000 students. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Francesca Figueroa, Jocelyn Guzman Miramontes, and then Patricia Sandoval Taylor.
Good morning, Superintendent Horn and members of the board. I am going to read a statement on behalf of AZTSOL. My name is Dr. Francesca Figueroa. As the president of AZTSOL, Arizona Teachers of English to Students of Other Languages, our mission is to be a leading organization in Arizona for English language professionals at all levels, network, advocate, and develop professionally. One of our main goals is to advocate for all English learners and their teachers. As an organization, we do not stand with the Superintendent of Public Instruction to prevent ELs from participating in dual language immersion. This policy takes Arizona back to Superintendent Horn's previous administration when ELs were the target of racist policies under the guise of research-proven data. There is no research-proven data to prevent this administration's desire to prevent ELs from participating in dual language immersion. As a matter of fact, dual language immersion has been proven to facilitate language development in both L1, primary language, and L2, the target language, providing students with opportunities to become proficient in 2 languages. Further studies have shown that the strategies English learners use to learn their primary language will transfer to the target language. It seems that Superintendent Horn believes that Spanish is being taught during the structured English immersion time of the day. So it's necessary to confirm that in a research-based 50-50 dual language immersion model, the structured English immersion time of day is taught in English, not in Spanish. In a 50-50 model, more than 120 minutes of the day is in English because 50% of the day is with the ELD instructor. In addition, the waivers he says that could be used have been written in a way that does not allow participation in DLI. So while he says that most people don't realize that there will not be an option, again, for a research-based 50-50 DLI model. As an organization, we implore the board to not roll back the progress that has been made to support English learners. We must continue as a state to move forward so we can improve equitable educational opportunities for all students, but more importantly for English learners, and continue to offer these students dual language immersion programs. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Jocelyn Guzman Miramontes, Patricia Sandoval Taylor, and Lucinda Brunekant.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, board members, and thank you for being here and for listening to us. My name is Jocelyn Guzman Miramontes, and I come on behalf of Chicanos por la Causa Early Childhood Development. As a former student of the 50-50 dual language model and a former first grade teacher, the dual language model in the Osborne School District. I come to you to let you know about our program and the importance of the 890 children that we serve across Arizona. We serve Migrant Seasonal Head Start, Early Head Start, and Child Care Partnership. Our program is 50-50 dual language model. And as we know from the Office of Head Start, we know the importance
of serving the whole family and not just the child. And by this, we mean the importance of recognizing the identity of the family and their different languages at home. We want to continue serving our children and recognizing the importance of being able to serve their native language at home and not taking away that identity of them. I stand behalf of you, and I think I'm a testimony of the importance of the 50-50 dual language model. And I would just like to say to reconsider what you are trying to do to the students of Arizona, the children of Arizona. The Arizona that you served 8 years ago is not the Arizona that we serve today in 2023. We are changing, and thank you for having me.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Patricia Sandoval-Taylor, then Lucinda Brunenkant, and then Idina Gomez.
Good morning. My name is Lucinda Peralta Brunenkant, and I'm happy to be here. We have quite an audience here who are affected by legislation. I'm a principal at an elementary school. This will be my 8th year. When I opened the school, or when I inherited the school, it had been chosen to become a dual language program. That's my wheelhouse. That's what I love to do. And that's where many of us are here to serve our children. I'd like to tell you a little story. When our incoming kinders register for our school, they have a choice. They can choose an English kindergarten, traditional mainstream, or they can choose the newly formed dual language strand. Now, the story goes like this. With the new legislation that Tom Horn is now put before us, or the changes he would like made, this is what I envision happening. We have John Doe, English speaker, 5 years old, who shows up. His mom says, I would like my child to be bilingual. Can I put him in the dual language? Yes, you may, no problem. Here you go. School begins August 3rd. Then we have Juanita Doe, who shows up, has no English skills, has come straight either from Mexico, anywhere else in Latin America, speaking fully Spanish with no English skills, none. What happens to her? We sign her up and then say, wait, you're fully proficient in your own language, Spanish, but we need you to learn English. So we're going to give you a little test. And if you pass it, then you may go into the English class. But why didn't John Doe have to pass it? He already knows English. He wants to be bilingual. Dual language programs are an additive program. They add a second language to students who already speak Spanish and want to learn English. But putting a test before them is discrimination. It is not fair. It is not right. And I plead that you really think about this and what you're doing to our kids. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Is Patricia Sandoval-Taylor with us? No? Okay. Thank you. So Idina Gomez, followed by Nancy Hart, and then Maria Salas Murphy. Nancy Hart.
Good morning. I'm speaking for one of my parents who's a parent at my school, has 2 students who are ELL students, and here is her testimony. Good morning, board members. My name is Nancy Hart, and I'm a proud parent of 2 children participating in the dual language immersion program at Bloom Elementary and Tucson Unified. My husband and I are aware that we have many choices of where to enroll our children for education. After much deliberation, we decided to enroll them in our neighborhood school that provides dual language. We did so knowing that this program would set our children up to be competitive citizens in this diverse and global economy, while also learning in their heritage language as second-generation Americans. Our children are ELL learners because Spanish is their first language and home language. They have the opportunity to not only be around native speakers, English speakers, but also to be the pure models in their native language for other participants in the program. This is a responsibility that they take a lot of pride in. Their teachers have provided consistent feedback that my children are the most bilingual in their classroom and also our top performers. This is due to receiving more more than sufficient structured English immersion in this program, along with the opportunity to speak English through peer socialization during lunch and recess, etc. Dual language works. When I asked my children to share their thoughts about why they think dual language is important, this is what they had to say. My son, who is about to enter the 3rd grade, said, "I think it's important to speak both languages, English and language, because not everyone can speak 2 languages, and it's important for jobs when I grow up." My daughter, who's about to enter 1st grade, says, "I like learning in both languages. Reading is easier for me in Spanish, and I can also learn to read in English. I like that I can recite words in 2 languages." Without any additional at-home support tutoring my children at this young age, they can read at levels succeeding their grades in both languages, and they can seamlessly switch between both. I have been so inspired by this program that I am changing my career and have been accepted to the Teacher Development Academy, specifically to be a dual language teacher and to give back to this program that has given us so much. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Do we have Maria Salas Murphy with us? Maria will be our last in-person speaker. So just up next would be Allison Wilkes and then Rebecca Cross virtually.
Thank you. Dear members of the Arizona State Board of Education, I am addressing you today as an educator in the Dual Language Immersion Program and as President-elect of the Arizona Language Association, ASLA. As DLI educators and members of the ASLA Executive Board, we recognize and we can attest to the research behind well-implemented dual language immersion programs, not your old bilingual programs, but dual language programs, as being the most effective models for English learners in terms of academic achievement and reclassification times. Additionally, and because of the nature of the programs, students in dual language programs naturally develop better problem-solving skills, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking skills. They have better attendance, less disciplinary referrals, and are more engaged in learning. They use cross-linguistic strategies to better understand English and their partner language. They also serve as language models for their English dominant learners, giving them self-confidence and higher self-esteem. Aren't these the type of skills and benefits that we want for all of our students? Why would it be any different for our English learners? We advocate for parents and students to have a choice of schools. Why would this be different for these students? Dual language immersion is also an excellent model for English dominant students to learn another language. When these 2 groups of students are in the same classroom, learning 50% of the time in each language, amazing things happen. Research is clear that both groups benefit from being together and learning simultaneously through 2 languages. As educators, we can also confirm that the half of the day that our EL students spend in the English side includes structured English immersion. And it actually exceeds the 120 minutes required by the state model. By removing the DLI model options for English learners, Arizona is taking away the most effective, research-supported option for them to learn English and to close the achievement gap. ASLA therefore supports the reinstatement of the DLI model for English learners. Therefore, I respectfully ask the board to reinstate the dual language program as one of the 4 SEI models and remove the waiver requirement. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Our first virtual speaker will be Allison Wilkes, followed by Rebecca Cross, and then Miriam Passas.
Executive Director Ross, Allison Wilkes is not joining the meeting today, but we do have Rebecca Cross available.
Thanks, Jessica. So up next is Rebecca Cross.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Cross, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am an ESA parent. I believe we are getting ready to start our 5th or 6th year on the program, and I currently have students both in ESA and in public school. I am asking the board for help because I need to apply for my youngest student. He is an incoming kindergartner and will be needing a sibling application. On May 8th, I submitted a help desk ticket asking when the sibling application would be on the website because the applications were all changed to universal, which does not align with the legal categories. On May 9th, I was told to apply for universal and was incorrectly told that HB 2853 created universal instead. of all the other categories, and to quote, rest assured, it is not fraudulent to apply that way. It will not cause my child to be coded incorrectly. I heard that they were getting ready to change it, so I just let it sit for a little bit. On May 24th, I reopened the ticket and also sent emails to the director and multiple other people asking for a paper application if the website will not have the legal categories so that my child's education would not be delayed. ESA staff closed my ticket without responding. On May 25th, I reopened the ticket, asked them not to close it without responding, sent them the statute to show their categories do not align with the law. That day, Christine S. responded saying sibling was being added back to the website, so basically agreeing that their categories are not legal. That same day, I asked again for the date it would be done and asked for a paper application so my child's education won't be delayed. The next day, May 26th, Christine S. responded it would be set up and done in the next few weeks. On June 12th, I again asked for a paper application, no response. June 21st, asked again for a paper application, no response. Today is now what, June 26th, the new school year for ESA starts July 1st, and I still haven't been able to apply for my incoming kindergartner. He has all his plans set. He wants to learn to read. He wants to learn math. He keeps asking when he can start school, and I can't even get an application for him. The ESA department is lacking in service, and my child's education is being delayed indefinitely because I can't even apply for him. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Miriam Pisas, followed by Katie Bernstein, and then Nedra White.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Hi, Nat. Good morning, members of the board, superintendent. My name is Miriam Pisas, and I'm a proud parent of a dual immersion students. My background, I'm from Mexico. My husband is from Brazil, and we are a trilingual family. The first language of my kids was Spanish, and I enrolled them like ELL students. The impact they have, the immersion program, my kids is so amazing, and I'm so proud to be part of this in education. My kids thrive in the program. Right now, they are college students, and the skills they have as Spanish speakers help them tremendously. So I'm very proud of that. And I really ask you, please don't give that opportunities to another students they come in to do it. Also, I'm an educator and a preschool teacher in a dual immersion program. And the impact the kids have, they speak Spanish like a models to another students. They are learning the language is amazing. It's so beautiful to see the kids helping each other and teaching them the other students to speak Spanish and modeling the pronunciation and all the experiences they have. So please, I really ask you to do not take the opportunity to students speak Spanish or another language, because it's tremendously helped them to in their success and the careers and the lives and the development as human beings. So please don't do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time that you offer me.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Katie Bernstein, followed by Nedra White, and then Mara Varley Gutierrez.
Hey, good morning. My name is Katie Bernstein, and I'm a professor of early childhood education and English language learner education at ASU. Anyone remember that show Mythbusters? I'm going to bust 2 myths today in 2 minutes about DLI. So myth 1, that English language learners don't learn English in DLI. Myth. One of the largest studies of DLI to date came out in 2017. It analyzed 7.5 million student records across 30 years in 16 states and compared outcomes for English language learners in English only versus DLI. They found 2 big things. First, language learning. English language learners in DLI caught up completely on academic English in 6 years. In English only, it took more than 10. So DLI is faster for English learning. Second was content achievement. English language learners who started DLI in kindergarten caught up on grade level achievement, indistinguishable from English speakers, by 5th or 6th grade. English learners in English only never caught up on state tests on average. So DLI is better for achievement as well. Okay, myth 2. You can run strong DLI programs without English learners. Brr. This is also a myth. Let me tell you a quick story. Before I was a professor, I was a preschool teacher, and my first job was at an international school in Brussels, Belgium. My pre-K students were from all over the world, and most were learning English. But there were 4 British students in the class, and the kids had 2 American teachers. You'd better believe that by the end of the year, my 18 English language learners weren't saying bathroom or elevator like their American teachers. They were saying loo and lift like their British peers. This is because children don't only learn language from their teachers, they learn it from their peers. Peers are the best language models. So having Spanish speakers in DLI programs is not just good for their learning, it benefits English speakers and their Spanish learning as well. So including English language learners in dual language is a win-win-win. Good for English language learners, good for Spanish learners, and good for Arizona. Reinstating dual language as an approved SEI model should be a no-brainer. Thank you for your time.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Nedra White, followed by Mora Varley Gutierrez, and then Rodrigo Gutierrez.
Executive Director Ross, Nedra White has not joined the meeting today. However, Maria Gutierrez is with us.
Thanks, Jessica. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Good morning, everyone. I am speaking from the perspective of a parent of 3 multilingual children who are absolutely flourishing in a dual language program in Arizona public schools in Tucson. I'm also speaking from the perspective of an educational professional with decades of experience working with multilingual learners, researching best practices, and preparing future dual language teachers, some of whom have spoken today. Superintendent Tom Horn's recent memo dismantling 50-50 dual language models is absolutely harmful for multilingual children in our state, including children like mine. Spanish is a heritage language in our family, and the ability to go to school in a dual language program is a true gift to our family and many other families. It validates their identities, connects them to their heritage, and ensures their academic growth and success. It's essential. Educational experts know that bilingual and dual language programs are the most successful programs for multilingual learners, which you've heard many people testify to today. And to remove what we know as best practice for children indicates a move to continue to marginalize children within our educational system in Arizona. The message it sends is that we are not doing what we know is best for our emergent bilinguals. I am asking you to reverse the decision to eliminate the 50-50 dual language program model from the state-approved models and advocate for what is best for multilingual learners. Rather than eliminate, we need to celebrate and expand our impactful dual language immersion programs. I yield my time.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Rodrigo Gutierrez, followed by Harmony Irely, and then Leah Duran.
Good morning, members of the board and Director Ross. My name is Dr. Rodrigo Gutierrez, and this is my first time offering comments to the board. I speak to you today as a bilingual citizen, parent of bilingual children, and educator who has spent more than 25 years focusing on the needs of English learners. I unequivocally oppose the elimination of the dual language model. As an immigrant to this country myself, I've personally experienced a range of educational programs to develop the English language alongside other academic content. I can personally speak to the impact of dual language programs to provide rigorous instruction while affirming identity, building community, and cultivating leadership. As educators, we know there is no silver bullet for educating all youth, and we need to be equipped with a wide range of tools in our toolkit. Removing the 50-50 model for English learners would be a giant step backward, undermining generations of learning and research that speak to the importance of developing language in context with opportunities for both formal and informal learning. Long-standing research is clear that the number one resource for developing a second language is a student's first or primary language. Dual language models provide an authentic environment where all students are pushed to grow regardless of their first language, helping them develop not only academically, but also as a multifaceted human being that has much to offer their community. Why would you want to take that opportunity away from my children? Why would you want to take that opportunity away from anyone's children? Again, as a parent, community member, and educator, I ask you to listen to the community and the research in order to reverse the decision to eliminate the 50-50 dual language program from the state-approved models. I yield the remainder of my time.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Harmony Irely, followed by Leah Duran, and then Maria Cristina Ladas.
Good morning. Esteemed board members and Superintendent Horn, my name is Harmony Irely, and I'd like to thank you for your willingness to continue to hear feedback on the ESA program. The program itself is a truly groundbreaking program and is changing the lives of Arizona students. The management of the program continues to be a source of concern. I'm speaking today to reiterate that debit cards for all participants is 100% necessary to the success of this program. Not having them means you are at an extreme disadvantage in how you can spend your funds. The pool of approved vendors is very limited. The marketplace offerings on Amazon, for example, are often more expensive than private Amazon account purchases, and yet Mrs. Accurso still refuses to allow debit cards. Families have some kids with cards and others without, creating vast disparity in a child's educational opportunities within the same family. And Mrs. Accurso's unjustified refusal to issue them is creating legal liabilities for ADE. Families are consulting with lawyers to sue the ADE, as you cannot arbitrarily administer a program one way to some people and another way to others. Mrs. Accurso says giving debit cards creates too much work in verifying each purchase. My understanding is that this board has approved an industry standard risk assessment model where every single transaction need not be audited, but rather a random sampling. It seems Mrs. Accurso is refusing to pursue this option as a way to catch up instead, and the date they are working on for approval has remained without progress for weeks and weeks. Not making any progress in this area could be seen as a strategic move to further bolster her claim that debit cards are too hard to deal with and therefore the program should not have them. Superintendent Horn, I respectfully implore you to make this program successful and fair for all families by immediately giving debit cards to all participants. Thank you very much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Leah Duran, followed by Maria Cristina Ladas.
Executive Director Ross, Leah Duran is not with us.
Thank you, Jessica. Maria, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. My name is Maria Cristina Ladas. I live in North Phoenix and I've worked with the 50-50 dual language immersion programs as a parent, educator, and administrator. After 30 years, I now work as a consultant for dual language programs in Arizona and for the Delaware Department of Education's dual language immersion team. Why do I bring up Delaware? Because Delaware has combined this research and evidence-based educational model with its strategy for economic development. Its statewide initiative for the 50-50 model, which includes English learners, is to create a multilingual workforce to attract and retain large international companies. Delaware has 1 in 6 kindergartners enrolled in the 50-50 DLI model and will soon begin graduating its first cohorts of students fully proficient in English and with a university minor in Spanish or Mandarin already completed by grade 12. Governors and legislators of other states are now using this strategy as part of their economic development plans. All 50 states in our country allow English learners to opt in without waivers. In Utah, the 50-50 DLI is a statewide initiative and part of their economic strategy, with over 70,000 families choosing participation. If you Google what is the best state to start a business in the US, you will see that Utah has been at the top of the charts for years now due to this approach. Superintendent Horn can't remove the 50-50 model without this board's approval, which is why he's instituting 3 waivers. However, English learners will not be able to meet any of the 3 options, and he will therefore have accomplished his goal just as school starts without this board's or anyone else's approval. Realize that this will be economic suicide for Arizona. What will you tell the people who come to take the 80,000 jobs that TSMC is producing in the next 5 years? TSMC is the $40 billion Taiwanese superconductor company being built in North Phoenix, that it's illegal for them to place their children in this model, and that, by the way, Arizona is the only state that takes away their choice. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the board to look carefully at Superintendent Horn's biased interpretation of the law, to reinstate dual language as an SEI model, allow for parents to choose, and understand how this will impact Arizona's economic health. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. That concludes this call to the public.
All right. Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. We're now moving to the consent agenda, item 3. Does any member have a question or would like to pull an item from the consent agenda? No? Do I have a motion to approve items 3A through 3O?
I motion.
Member Catanese moves. Do I have a second?
I second.
Dr. Clay seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Executive Director Ross, I think the motion passes, and we are now on to item number 4, a call to public. This is the time for the public to comment on items on today's general session. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. Director Ross, have we received any requests?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have one speaker for this call to the public, Superintendent Shanna Johnson from Mohawk Valley School District.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to speak in regards to the agenda item concerning Antelope Union High School. I'm Shanna Johnson, the superintendent of Mohawk Valley School. I have been the superintendent at Mohawk for the last 9 years, and prior to that, I taught at Welton Elementary School for 20 years. Both schools feed into Antelope Union High School. I have been concerned about Antelope Union High School for quite some time and have attempted to seek information of what can be done to draw attention to concerns of the public. Around 2018, I spoke to Antelope school board members. I spoke to the then Yuma County School Superintendent. I spoke to the Arizona School Board Association, and I spoke with an attorney. I was told that the Antelope School Board would have to take action and was told by the attorney to contact the Arizona State Board of Education. I continued to express my concerns in early 2020 when I spoke to a newly elected Antelope board member and expressed to him that he needs to keep an open mind and that what is going on at Antelope, that the community is not happy and that things just do not seem right. Again, in 2022, I reached out to the newest school board member and again expressed that something needed to be done. I expressed that to this newest member that there were glaring concerns about the school culture and lack of academic rigor, and now even more concerning was the state of the school's district's finances. Recently, I spent time reviewing the last 2 years of Antelope Union High School board minutes and agendas and read through the Attorney General's report and letters that have been published in the last few years. My level of concern dramatically escalated after reviewing these documents. I highly suspected things were not being managed, but I really had no idea it was this bad. I am sick that our high school is being this poorly managed. There has been a lack of transparency by the Antelope superintendent and the Antelope School Board. I could share so many specific concerns. I have kept documentation of others' concerns through the last few years. I have submitted some of those concerns formally to you, the Arizona State Board of Education. If you would like further information, I can share that with you at the appropriate time. I feel absolutely compelled to speak my concerns. I am so sad for the children and students of our community. It is clear to me that the State Board of Education must take formal action against Antelope Union High School. Unfortunately, it's the children who will lose. I hope that whatever actions must be taken, students are kept in the focus. Antelope is a very rural high school, and our students in East Yuma County depend on the high school for opportunities such as sports, career and technical opportunities, and leadership opportunities. The only other high school available are over 40 miles away, and some of them 60 miles away. If those high schools even take students. I hope that the reorganization plan for Antelope to put its finances and academic rigor back into place includes some basic opportunities to continue at least some programs for the students of our community. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, the state board members, for serving on this board to serve the public children, the students of public schools in our state. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Superintendent Johnson's also submitted written feedback, which is part of the board materials for this meeting. That concludes this call to the public.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Before we move to item number 5, I think we have a pretty extensive number of agenda items. May I propose that we take a 5-minute break for bathrooms and such, and then we'll reconvene.
I'll second that.
Sounds great. We'll reconvene about 5 minutes. So at 10:45.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now, sorry, just need to find my cheat sheet. We're now moving to the general session. Item A, presentation discussion on Auditor General responsibilities. Today, we are ready for your presentation. You're Lindsay Perry or Megan?
Yes, that's correct,
Tiger?
Lindsay.
Okay, great.
So good morning, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. I'm Lindsay Perry, the Auditor General. We appreciate you inviting us to discuss our process for overseeing school districts' compliance with internal control policies and procedures for accounting, financial reporting, budgeting, attendance reporting, and various other compliance requirements. So joining me from my office is Megan Heeger, as noted on the slide. And she is one of my directors that oversees the school district non-compliance process, including reporting non-compliance issues to you. So next slide, please. Before we discuss the school district non-compliance process, I wanted to give you a little bit of background on the Auditor General's office, although I know some of you are very familiar with it. We are a legislative agency made up of nonpartisan staff. Although we are accountable to all 90 legislative members, we report to the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, which is a bipartisan committee of 5 House members and 5 Senate members. This JLAC, as we call them, has the responsibility for overseeing my office, approves our audit schedules, authorizes special audits, and has statutory responsibility for seeing that agencies and school districts implement our recommendations. I've been with the office for nearly 20 years, serving in the Auditor General's capacity since 2018. Next slide, please. So my office, in conjunction with the Arizona Department of Education, prescribe a uniform system of financial records for Arizona school districts. This is nearly a 400-page manual. I printed a copy if you're interested in looking at it, and I will leave it with Ross for your nightly viewing pleasure. We referred to this manual as the USFR. You've probably heard of that several times, and you will throughout our presentation. So the USFR includes the minimum internal control policies and procedures to be used by Arizona school districts for those sorts of things I mentioned earlier: accounting, financial reporting, budgeting, attendance reporting, and a whole slew of other compliance requirements. For example, the USFR provides information regarding a universal chart of accounts that all school districts are required to follow. This ensures complete and uniform accounting for things regarding things like assets and liabilities. These policies and procedures are in conformity with accounting standards, federal laws, and state laws. So sections within the USFR are revised periodically for changes in laws, regulations, and accounting pronouncements that cover school district accounting, financial reporting, and compliance with state and federal laws. However, when districts need to be informed quickly of revisions, clarifications, or additional requirements, such as those concerning budgeting and annual financial reporting, my office, in conjunction with the Department of Education, jointly issue USFR memorandums and forms to district administrators and county school superintendents. Additionally, most school districts are required to have an annual or biennial financial statement audit and submit their annual reports to the office by March 31st of each year. My office reviews and approves all school district audit contracts before any work is started. And we also ensure that the completed contract audits are conducted in accordance with auditing standards and the USFR. As part of every financial audit, contracted auditors review the district's internal control processes that are intended to safeguard district monies and property and ensure that accurate financial reporting is occurring. The contracted auditors complete a USFR compliance questionnaire. This is a document of about 170 questions, which I also have a copy for you, and it goes through various areas of compliance that the contracted auditors are required to answer questions about. An example of these questions includes: did the district complete its revised expenditure budget by May 15th and file it electronically with the superintendent of public instruction by May 18th as required by law? So each year, we perform thorough reviews of each district's contracted financial audit reports, of the results of the USFR questionnaire, and our own internal school district school district performance audits and financial investigations. And we do so to assess the district's compliance with USF requirements. So how do we assess whether a school district is in non-compliance with USF requirements? What happens when we make this determination? What's the due process? Who do we notify and when? And what actions are the non-compliant districts and the State Board of Education responsible for? Well, I'm happy to report that we're here to answer those questions. So Megan Heeger from my office will be coming up, answering those questions and providing additional details. Feel free to stop us if you have any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, board members. I'm going to start off today by providing some more detail on the districts that are required to obtain audits. Districts that spend $750,000 or more in federal awards in a fiscal year are required to have a single audit. That's an audit of both the district's financial statements and the district's compliance with requirements related to federal grants that they have spent throughout the year. Districts that are not required to have that single audit have different thresholds outlined in statute. Districts that spent between $700,000 and $2 million in their maintenance and operation fund, which is the main operating fund of a district, they're required to have an annual, a biannual financial statement audit, which is an audit of 2 fiscal years financial statements conducted at the end of the 2nd fiscal year. Districts that spend $2 million or more in the maintenance and operations fund must have an annual financial statement audit. And as the Auditor General mentioned, any district that has that audit conducted is also going to have a USFR compliance questionnaire completed as part of that process. As part of our oversight of the school district audit process, my division reviews and approves audit contracts that we receive before work is begun. And then additionally, we monitor district spending as reported in school district annual financial reports to determine that those different thresholds are being met appropriately with the appropriate audit. Okay, as the Auditor General mentioned, we perform compliance reviews to determine all districts' compliance with the USFR by reviewing all audit reports, USFR compliance questionnaire results, and management letters submitted by the independent audit firms to determine whether districts have established and maintained effective internal control policies and procedures that comply with the USFR at a satisfactory level. We also consider internal control related findings cited in our school district performance audits and financial investigation reports when making these compliance determinations. We consider any performance audit and financial investigation findings that were cited within the same fiscal year that the independent audit reports were issued. Unless we find a district to be in non-compliance with the USFR, no further action is taken by our office, so we do not send letters to the district or the state board for those that are in substantial compliance with the USFR. When we find a district in non-compliance with the USFR based on our review, we first notify the district business manager and superintendent with a pending non-compliance email and governing board as well. I'm sorry about that. This gives the district the quickest possible notification that they will be found in non-compliance based on their most recent audit report and gives them the opportunity to start looking at and reviewing the audit results as they've been reported by their independent auditor, as they receive those directly from the auditor once they're completed. During this time, that gives us the opportunity to compile the final list of deficiencies that were reported in those audits that we're going to be reporting publicly on our website and to the district. Occasionally, this involves us contacting the audit firm directly to get clarification on any of the items cited to best help the districts understand what the cited deficiencies were related to and ensure they are correcting those appropriately in their correction process. Within approximately 3 weeks of the pending email, we issue the 90-day non-compliance letter and list of deficiencies from those audits cited. The district is given 90 days from the date of that letter to correct the cited deficiencies. The same day the letter is issued, we hold a meeting with district management. So that can include both the superintendent and business manager to discuss the non-compliance process. And then we also provide a corrective action plan template to the management at that time to assist them in correcting those deficiencies throughout that 90-day process. The CAP template lists all applicable deficiencies cited in the audit by area and gives the district place to document their planned corrective actions, any education needed to their employees to help in that corrective process, and a space to do a self-review to determine whether those corrections are in place and working appropriately. At the end of the 90-day period, we review the district's completed CAP to see how they educated employees on the related requirements, implemented new processes, and the results of that self-evaluated review to determine whether their new processes are in place and working appropriately. If the district does not submit us a completed corrective action plan to our office, or if its submitted corrective action plan does not show substantial progress in correcting its deficiencies, then we refer the district to the State Board of Education for not correcting its deficiencies within the 90 days as required by statute. If the district's completed CAP shows substantial progress in correcting its deficiencies, our office will perform a status review where we obtain documents and records, interview district staff, and perform test work to determine and confirm whether the district has corrected enough deficiencies to allow us to determine that it is no longer in non-compliance with the USFR. The results of our status review can have two possible outcomes. If the district has corrected enough deficiencies to substantially comply with the USFR, we notify the district governing board and district management that the district is no longer in non-compliance and send copies of the letter to ADE and to the state board. We provide district management a list of any remaining deficiencies, if there are any, so that they can continue working on correcting those beyond our status review process. If our test work shows the district still has not attained substantial compliance with the USFR, we refer the district to the State Board of Education with a non-compliance letter and list of deficiencies and send copies of that issued letter to the district's governing board members and district management. When we refer a district to the State Board for non-compliance, either from a reviewed CAP that showed that the district had not made substantial progress in correcting its deficiencies, or based on our status review results, we request the board to take appropriate action as prescribed by Arizona Revised Statutes 15272, which allows the board to direct the Department of Education to withhold up to 10% of the district's state monies until they are determined to be no longer in non-compliance with the USFR. A district found in non-compliance by the state board that feels it has since corrected a substantial number of deficiencies since we have issued our non-compliance letter may request that our office perform a status review by contacting us or your team at the state board. Before performing a status review, we assess and confirm that the district has in fact made progress in correcting those deficiencies through that same CAP process that I discussed for the initial non-compliance. So that may involve the district updating its previously provided corrective action plan or completion of a new corrective action plan if a subsequent audit report has been received since our most recent letter that was issued. The same outcomes that I just discussed previously are possible again based on our review of the completed corrective action plan. We will either schedule a status review or notify the board that regardless of the district's indication that they have completed corrections, our review showed that they did not and they're still in non-compliance with the USFR. Lastly, we may, as I just mentioned, we may receive subsequent years audit reports for a district that is currently in non-compliance at any time in our compliance review process. When we receive these reports for a non-compliant district, we review them to determine whether the new audits require a change in the district's compliance status. So when reviewing those reports, we consider any new deficiencies that had not been cited in previous audits or any items that were included in those previous audits and are now identified as being corrected. However, if our office has performed a status review of more recent time period than what that audit is covering, we have to also consider the results of that review in our analysis of their compliance determination. We will send a letter to the state board, the district governing board members, and district management to provide the updated USFR compliance status, which can be either no longer in non-compliance. We can find a district to clear their previous non-compliance just based on those subsequent audit reports, or no longer non-compliant or still in non-compliance with the USFR. So as my last slide here, now that I've completed going over the compliance review process, I just wanted to summarize the different reporting that our office does to the State Board of Education during that review process. We're required by state law to notify the Department of Education and State Board of Education of any school district that either fails to establish and maintain the uniform system of financial records or fails to correct the deficiencies within the 90 days of receiving notice, as I just discussed through our process. And we are also required to detail in writing the deficiencies the school district of the school district system in our non-compliance reports in our determination to the state board. So to complete these requirements, we copied the board on all initial non-compliance letters we issue to districts and issue letters directly to the board for those that fail to correct their deficiencies within the 90 days. Each of those letters includes an enclosed list of deficiencies as described in the audit reports and USFR compliance questionnaire. So I did bring some examples that I believe were passed out to you before the meeting started. So just as kind of a summary of what we've done so far this year, since January 1, we have issued 3 new non-compliance letters to districts based on the district's fiscal year 22 audits that were due this March 31st. We have also issued 4 update letters to the board for districts that failed to correct deficiencies within the 90-day period, and subsequent audit reports showed continued non-compliance with the USFR. So we also copy the board on letters notifying districts that have not complied with the audit reporting requirements, so they have not submitted those audits by the required due date. Failure to meet the audit reporting deadlines prevents our office from making that USFR compliance determination. So since January 1, we have issued 23 letters to districts that do not meet the fiscal year 22 audit deadline. And we've included an example of that letter there in the items we provided. We have since received 10 of those audit reports and 13 are still outstanding. This is an unusually high number of late audit reports for this year, which may be attributed to the federal government adjusting the federal audit deadline back to March 31 from an extended deadline that they put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, since January 1, we issued 2 letters to the board for districts that failed to meet the extended fiscal year 21 deadline. So they were beyond that 90-day period for submitting the audit reports. We have since received both of those audit reports and updated the board accordingly. So that concludes our presentation on the compliance review process. I'd be happy to take any questions, or you can contact us anytime at the information provided. You all good? Okay, thank you. Oh.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
Once a school district completes the audit from their auditor, they basically know what the status is once, the information is brought back to them before you even contact them. Is that correct?
They know the details of the deficiencies that the auditor cited within their audit reports. However, the determination of whether a district is non-compliance is something that our office makes. There's not a black and white that's going to be there in each one for them to know immediately when they get it. But they do have the detailed information so they can start reviewing and analyzing and understanding what needs to be corrected in their processes.
Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I just want to add a couple of things if that's okay. I just want to give a big thank you to the Auditor General's office, not only for their presentation, but this has been a very collaborative relationship, particularly as Deputy Wonders and I came in new to these positions. As these letters started coming in, the Auditor General's office was very giving of their time to help explain, the letters, what they mean. And then another sort of shout out to Federico Llanes, who's our policy director. He actually spearheads all of this work. And just so you know, on our end, whenever we receive these letters, we also call the districts. Rico calls them, works with them. So there's a layer of outreach from the board staff as well. And then just on this very agenda is a really good example of this process working. It's from the consent agenda. Item 3B is an example of a district for whom we had received a letter that they were out of compliance. It did come before the board and they are now within compliance. So it's a good example of the system working.
Awesome. Do we have any other board members who have questions? Member Kravickas.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members. I have a question, I believe, for the Auditor General's office. One of the things that struck me as I was reading materials, but also hearing some of the testimony today and your wonderful comments, thank you, by the way, you've been extremely helpful today. the word district is used a lot. We notified the district, but to me, there's a really big difference, especially when we're talking about this level of accountability. We notified the superintendent and or we notified the board. So, and what's interesting to me as you were speaking, I looked at the example of the Fountain Hills and the CC include the superintendent, but I don't see notification of the board. And that seems to be kind of just something I really want to explore is how do we know that the board is being notified? Are they required to acknowledge receipt of notification? Are they required to act?
So that letter itself is actually. Sorry. So the letter itself, when a district is found in noncompliance, is issued to the board directly. Most of our communications over the phone or email are mostly going to be with the superintendent or business manager, as those are the individuals putting into place any actions to correct. But the noncompliance letter itself is issued directly to each of the board members, and we send our letters through email these days, and we include each board member directly on that email.
I appreciate that. Sorry, may I follow up? I appreciate that. Thank you. And to our director's example, I think 90% of the time the process gets to a point where it's resolved. But now we're looking at examples where it's not. And that's why I'm asking this question, because they are elected in their communities to be accountable to the district. So at what point are we holding the board accountable, even for receipt and acknowledgement of these issues?
We don't have any specific process in place at the moment to have any required acknowledgement from the board, but that is something that perhaps if it was an extended period of time that we could consider doing some more direct contact with those board members if it was seen as something that was beneficial, useful, and helpful in encouraging that correction process along.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to highlight that as a potential issue. I don't know if it would need to be addressed legislatively, if it's in our regulation, if it's ADE processes, but at this point in the game with the district that we're going to be talking about soon, these are the elected representatives. And I'm not seeing enough in there.
If I may, we'll certainly take that into consideration. My office is not responsible for holding board members accountable, right? That's this process, but certainly understand your concerns about notification and ensuring that all board members are receiving and sort of agreeing to service. So we'll look into that. Additionally, our letters are public, and so those are posted publicly on our website, but certainly appreciate your comments on that.
Any other questions? Member Katniss or anything? Nope. Okay, great.
Thank you for your time.
Lindsay and Megan, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we are now moving to item 5B. Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Item 5B is a presentation, discussion, and possible action on the request of the Arizona Department of Education to consider the over expenditures of the Antelope Union High School District under ARS 15701. I'm actually going to hand this off to Deputy Wonders, who is spearheading this work for us.
Thank you, Director Ross. Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. For this agenda item, I'm going to give a quick review of the statutory components. This is kind of a outline process and statute. I'll walk through with board members really quickly what that looks like. We'll talk a little bit about some of the timelines associated with this agenda item. Then we'll turn it over for testimony from the parties that are here in the audience today. Just for a quick review, statute directs county school superintendents to provide written notification to the Department of Education if in the county superintendent's judgment, the district has committed an over expenditure under Arizona Revised Statutes 15-107. The department and county school superintendent are charged with monitoring the school district and providing technical assistance to resolve the over expenditure. If the department determines that a district has failed to take appropriate action after receiving that notification to resolve the over expenditure, or the over expenditure exceeds the district's budget limit by either $50,000 or 0.5% of the district's budget, whichever is less, the department shall request the matter be placed on a State Board of Education agenda. The board is charged with conducting a hearing in that event, including requiring the district superintendent to be present, as well as other personnel that may have interest or information relevant to the matter. And then the board is charged with taking one of four actions. The first action is directing the department and county school superintendent to continue to monitor the district's expenditures. The second action is directing the department to contract with a level 1 fiscal crisis team for up to 12 months. The third option is directing the department to contract with a level 2 fiscal crisis team for up to 24 months. And the final option is appointing a receiver with the powers outlined in Arizona Revised Statutes 15-103, subsection F, as determined by the board. Just to provide a quick bit of information, a fiscal crisis team in statute is composed of at least one person who has knowledge of school finance and may include either current or former school district financial officers, business officials, superintendents, or certified public accountants. Additionally, department and board staff are not allowed to be on that fiscal crisis team. A level 1 fiscal crisis team would be charged with on-site and off-site monitoring, advisement on financial issues, and professional development for financial issues for the district. A level 2 fiscal team has those same powers, as well as the ability to override any financial act of the school district, including expenditures. And a receiver has 11 powers that are authorized in ARS 15-103 as determined by the board, including the ability to override and have decision-making on various issues. Within 120 days of the appointment of either a fiscal crisis team or a receiver, that entity is required to submit a fiscal management report to the board that would have a fiscal management plan to correct the over expenditure. Then there would be quarterly reports back to the board on actions taken and progress met by those entities. The expenses of fiscal crisis team or receiver are paid for by the district. However, the board is charged with reviewing those expenses on a quarterly basis. And finally, if a level 2 fiscal crisis team or receiver is appointed, there's a requirement for the governing board members and appropriate administrative personnel to take at least 12 hours of professional development with 120 days as directed by those entities and approved by the board. Just to provide a quick timeline for this item, in February 21st of this year, the Auditor General provided the state board with a notification outlining the review of the Antelope Union High School District's FY21 USFR compliance. There were a number of concerns raised in that letter that are outlined in the documents in board materials. Additionally, the county school superintendent then on March 23rd sent a letter to the Department of Education notifying them that the district had committed an over expenditure of approximately $395,000 in FY22 and requested the matter be reviewed and potentially referred to the board for action under ARS 15-107, including possible receivership. That letter is also in board materials. On April 14th, the Department of Education school finance staff met with the district to explain that notification, answer questions, provide technical assistance, and request additional information. On April 18th, the board received a letter from the Auditor General's office that the district had failed to submit FY22 documentation by the March 31st deadline and had 90 days to resolve that before it come to the board for additional action. The board did on August 21st, 2021, take action to withhold 3% of the district's state aid due to USFR noncompliance. On May 15th, the department provided initial notification to board staff indicating the matter would likely be referred to the board for action under that statute. And on June 1st, board staff provided an initial communication to the district informing them that this matter may likely appear on the June meeting and requested a time to meet with the district to discuss the matter. On June 7th, the board received written notification from the Department of Education requesting the matter be placed on an agenda pursuant to ARS 15-107 subsection C. And on this day, board staff did speak with the superintendent to have an initial conversation. On June 15th, board staff met with Superintendent Copeland of Antelope Union High School District, business manager Aaron Whittle, and the district's legal counsel to discuss the matter, review the meeting, and prepare for a potential hearing. And then on June 16th, the board staff provided notification to the district superintendent and governing board president that the meeting would be placed on the June 26th agenda. For this item, we have several folks who are here today for this hearing of the board. The first will be Tim McCain, Deputy Associate Superintendent for School Finance from the Department of Education. We'll also have people from the Yuma County School Superintendent's Office, including Superintendent Tom Hurt, the Yuma County Treasurer, Angela Moreno, and then folks from the Antelope Union High School District, including Superintendent Copeland, Aaron Whittle, the business manager, and then Chris Thomas, legal counsel for the district. So the first one up will be Tim McCain from the Department of Education.
Good morning, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Tim McCain. I'm the Deputy Associate Superintendent for School Finance at the Department of Education. As Director Sean Ross and Director Aaron Wonders have already mentioned, pursuant to ARS 15107, the Department of Education has referred Antelope Union Union High School District to the State Board of Education due to overexpenditure of their general budget limit. I want to take a moment and give just a little bit of background regarding this overexpenditure from the perspective of the Department of Education and the reason for referring the district to the State Board of Education. In addition, I will just refer back to ARS 15107 and the statutory requirements for the Department of Education and the actions that are available to the Board of Education today as outlined in statute. Beginning in 2018, Antelope Union High School District has had an overexpenditure of their general budget limit in each of the last 5 fiscal years. Each year, the Department of Education publishes school district budget analysis reports to assist districts with planning for budget revisions and to help prevent overexpenditures. Beginning in September and continuing monthly, a current year budget analysis report is published for the school districts. This report we refer to as the Budge 25 report compares a district's adopted budget with the calculated budget limits, notifying a district if their budget exceeds the calculated budget limits. After the school year concludes and school districts have submitted their annual financial reports to the department, a report is published that compares the reported expenditures with the budget limits. This report, referred to as our Budge 75 report, notifies each district of their budget carry forward or of an overexpenditure. And I believe the Budge 75 report for fiscal year 22 was included in your board documents today. Finally, in January or February of each year, depending on the timeline of the department formally notifies districts of overexpenditures through a letter known as the Budge 75 letter. And I believe a Budge 75 letter was also included in your board documents today. In each of the last 5 years, Budge 75 reports and Budge 75 letters have been sent to Antelope Union, notifying them of the overexpenditure of their general budget limit. I'll move forward now to the most recent communication and the referral of Antelope Union to the State Board of Education. Deputy Wonders has already mentioned many of these items already, but I'll go over them one more time for you. On March 23rd, 2023, Yuma County Superintendent Tom Hurt notified the Department of Education of the overexpenditure for fiscal year 22 in the amount of $395,254, with the request that this be referred to the State Board of Education. Following that letter, the Department of Education reached out to the Antelope Union superintendent. On April 14th, 2023, the Department of Education met with the district to explain the notification, answer any questions, and request that the district send any additional information they may have regarding actions that they are doing to resolve the overexpenditure. On April 24th, 2023, the district provided additional information, including concerns that funds related to property tax appeal by Agua Caliente Solar may not have been properly credited to the district. The district also shared plans to limit future overexpenditures. However, none of the information shared would have solved or resolved the overexpenditure from fiscal year 2022. On April 25th, 2023, the Yuma County Superintendent's Office confirmed that funds distributed by the Department of Education in November of 2021 for a basic state aid correction due to the successful property tax appeal by Agua Caliente Solar were credited to the district at that time. And then on May 15, 2023, the Department of Education notified the district that it would request the overexpenditure be placed on an agenda item of the State Board of Education. Moving on to statute as it reads, Arizona Statute 15107C requires that the Department of Education request the matter to be placed on the agenda of a meeting of the State Board of Education for action if a school district has failed to take appropriate action to resolve an overexpenditure in the amount of $50,000 or 1/2% of the district's general budget limit or unrestricted capital budget limit, whichever is less. Arizona Statute 15107D gives the State Board of Education 4 different actions they may take when presented with the overexpenditure. The first is to require the Department of Education, in conjunction with the county school superintendent, to monitor the expenditures of the school district. The first action would primarily keep status quo. As the Department of Education already publishes budget reports and expenditure reports for the districts. And I can't speak to how the county superintendent monitors their finances. Superintendent Tom Hurt would be able to speak to that. The second action would be to direct the Department of Education to contract with a level 1 fiscal crisis team. The level 1 fiscal crisis team shall provide on-site oversight and off-site monitoring for the school district for no longer than 12 months and shall advise the school district on all financial issues and professional development training related to financial issues. This would increase the oversight of the district, but the district would still maintain the ability and authority to make their own financial decisions and expend funds. The third option is to direct the Department of Education to contract with a level 2 fiscal crisis team. The level 2 fiscal crisis team shall provide on-site oversight and off-site monitoring for the school district for no longer than 24 months, shall have the authority prescribed for level 1 fiscal crisis teams, and may override any financial act or decision of the school district, including expenditures. This would expand the authority of the fiscal crisis team. The district could still maintain the authority to make financial decisions and expend funds, but the fiscal crisis team would have the authority to override the financial decisions of the district. The fourth would be to appoint a receiver who, subject to the discretion of the State Board of Education, may take any actions prescribed in section 15-103 subsection F. And this option would essentially remove any authority of the district to make any financial decisions, as the receiver would have the authority to override any decisions from the district school board or the district superintendent concerning the management and operation of the school district. Before I make a recommendation on behalf of the Department of Education, are there any questions from the board today? Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the district, based on the information provided and pursuant to ARS 15-107C, we're asking you to consider this matter regarding the Antelope Union High School District and the over expenditures of their general budget limit with a recommendation of receivership. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up, we have Superintendent Tom Hurt, the Yuma County School Superintendent. And I believe his chief deputy is here as well to answer questions. Superintendent Hurt.
Haley. Mr. Horn, School Superintendent. I've been on the job a year now for the Yuma County School Superintendent. And my job as a Yuma County School Superintendent is to follow the regulations as stated by the state of Arizona. So all of my decisions are determined by following the laws of Arizona. So my job is not very difficult because I'm hired to follow the laws. And so that's what I have done here, as I've referred, this to the state for the decision, because it's not my decision, it's your decision to make of what you would want to do. So I agree with the state's recommendation for receivership, because personally, I could not figure how I would pay back over $1 million on a 2.3% or a $22.3 million budget. I could not figure that out. So I think the state of Arizona can figure that out.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Superintendent Hurt, would you be also maybe to describe to the board just the content of the letter that you had sent over for the reference, as well as the kind of financial picture for the district?
Well, there was what I did is I notified the state about 15107A, because I had read through we sent a letter to Charlie. I think I have a copy of that letter right here. Anyway, we sent a letter to Charlie Martin and explained to him the financial situation of the district. And we talked to him on the phone, and he referred the letter to the deputy director, Aaron Wanders, and it went from there. But I sent that letter and informed him of, I can read the letter if you want. As per our telephone conversation on Tuesday, March 21st, as per ARS 15107, this letter is to advise that we are hereby reporting the Antelope High School District number 50 has overextended their budget by $395,254 for the school year 2022. This is the fifth year that Antelope Union High School District has overspent its budget. Due to the cash deficient issues, the district continues to register warrants each month of approximately $1 million. The district has failed to take appropriate action to resolve the over expenditures. Attached, you will find the most recent letter from the Auditor General stating that the district's independent auditor has expressed substantial doubt of the district's ability to pay future expenditures and continue operating. I'm requesting the Arizona Department of Education refer this financial crisis to the State Board of Education for further review or possible receivership.
I just want to touch on.
Go ahead. This is the deputy.
Elizabeth Valenzuela, Chief Deputy County School Superintendent, Madam Vice President, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I just want to touch on the current negative cash balance that this district is carried through the last 5 years. It's $1.8 million. The registered warrants as of last week, 6/20/2023 was $879,000 in liabilities. So again, we are here to express our concern for the financials over at Antelope and their taxpayers. They pay about $8,000 of interest every month on top of their liabilities that they carry. So if you look at their over expenditures over the last 5 years and their current liabilities, this isn't an issue in regards to their revenue that comes in. This is an issue of mismanaging their budgets. So again, our consideration is receivership. Thank you. Any other questions?
As noted in the Auditor General's report, that they had paid over $100,000 in interest of that year. Okay, thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, I believe we have Angela Moreno, the Yuma County Treasurer, to say a few words.
Good morning, Vice President Haley and Superintendent Horn and members of the board. Angela Moreno, I'm the Yuma County Treasurer, and I act as the line of credit for the Antelope School District. They do not have a direct line of credit with a bank. So basically, I make sure that their warrants or checks are cleared through the bank. And if they don't have enough cash to clear them on our funds in our bank account at the Treasury, we register them. So at this point, they have registered warrants of what Elizabeth said, over $800,000 as of last week. So any monies that are received through tax payments or whatever is going to pay off a registered warrant that is listed from a check they wrote in February. So that's how far back we are. My concern is that with this large level of liability that has been just carrying over year since 2015, every end of fiscal year, they've been in a negative registered warrant status. I just do not see how we can get paid back without some intervention. So I recommend what has been recommended so far. Any questions? Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Superintendent Gregory Copeland from the Antelope Union High School District. He's also joined by Aaron Whittle, the business manager for the district, and Chris Thomas, legal counsel. There's a presentation. He'll be kind of directing who's coming up as part of it.
Good morning, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Ms. Horn, I recognize you from years ago when I worked up under you, see you in the elevator all the time. I want to acknowledge that the picture outwardly does not look good. But once you see and hear what we have to say, you'll get a different story and a bit different view of what is actually going on. So when I arrived at Antelope, it's a small district. It's a declining enrollment district. We're the size of Rhode Island, but we're down, our high school level is about 200 kids now, okay? And we bus and pick up kids across that area. We strive to be the best we can be. When I arrived, it was a multi-year D school that was about to get an F. I went in and we worked and brought them to a C, had come close to a B, and then we had the pandemic happen. During that time, we strived to make sure we educated our students. We provided them whatever we could, whatever was available to make sure they continued their education, and we had very little lapse in their education, whether it was remote or in person. We were one of the first school districts that came back into in-person learning. All the while, we fed our students, we fed the community, we utilized whatever to support the community to get us through the crisis that we've gone through. So we have worked with this. I recognize that when I walked in, I was asking questions. This is my first meeting about our over expenditure. I initiated with Lyle Friesen and ADE because I had some questions. I needed to know, what do we do? How do we fix this? We put a plan together to fix not carrying this over expenditure, because it's just a continuation of carrying it every year. I had a business manager that I inherited that didn't exactly come from the school business world. And if you ask anybody in school business, school finance, it's a whole different animal. It's a different creature for you to have to deal with, okay? You can't come from a nonprofit and think you can do school finance. When I started to raise questions about the issues of the plan, under putting things under, to set things correct, I was not getting the right information. I was not reading the right reports. I put myself into a plan where I attended ASBO professional development, ASBO academies, ASBO workshops. I started asking people like Chuck X6 questions and asked them, give me some assistance and some direction. I brought in, I had a heart-to-heart, just straight conversation and said, this has got to stop. So early in last year, that business manager was asked to leave. They left. It is a very difficult role to find school finance personnel and to hire and have them trained. And especially being a rural school district, we're not on an uphill battle. We're climbing a mountain to get those people. I subsequently went through 2 business managers that just said, no, I don't want to be, till I found one that came in April and that could understand what I needed done and the way I was explaining what I needed to be done. And we set ourselves on a path. And this is Mr. Whittle. We set ourselves on a path that we said, we're going to clear this over expenditure in 1 year, not 2 years, not come up with a multi-year plan. People say, how are you going to do this? I said, we're going to do it because we need to do it. We need to fix this now. And he knew that he had a mandate from me, and he put a mandate on me. We are going to hold each other accountable. We're going to make it happen. We went through a process of not filling positions, a process of tightening our belts. We went through a process of saying, we can't buy that. And we didn't just do it in a vacuum. We set our staff down and we told them, we have an issue here. We got to fix this. And I can't tell you how many times our staff member says, can we budget that? Can we do that? We're trying not to do this. We're trying to do this instead because we don't want to spend. We don't want to spend. We want to get us where we need to be. We put our staff through trainings. Mr. Whittle has gone through the ASBO Aspiring Business Leaders Training, even though he's already a finance manager. I'm going through that training as well. We put our staff through business trainings and finance trainings and iVision trainings and made them with the power to question our decisions or what we can do and each other's decisions. And I can tell you today that Mr. Will is going to address some of these issues and he's going to show you we didn't just finish our over expenditure. We're coming projected to come $12,000 under to zero at that out. And it was a tough road. We asked our teachers to teach classes and double up classes, miss planning periods. We asked them to take on more and more. I even took on more. We didn't fill a principal's position, so I did them both to make sure that we did what we needed to do. And these conversations was initiated well beyond this year. This was with the previous county superintendent that we started having this conversation and with the previous deputy of how do we fix things? How do we make things up? We ended up with a perfect storm. We ended up with the county superintendent. He left to take over the steady position as the superintendent, and the deputy that we have been working with, she retired after 30 years of being there. We addressed and we have done with our due diligence to get this fixed. When you talk about our cash in the bank with the county, that was something that I started to ask questions about. Why is our cash like this? Why are we starting to build up these negative cash deficits in the bank with the county? I originally thought that it was because our tax collection rate was low, but that's not what happened. I asked for reports and it was showing we were collecting at about 98.5%. So I said, what's going on? So I asked for a report, originally came from the first deputy superintendent. When she provided me the report, I read this report and there was something that talked about the levy and the bill and where there was a accumulation every year of a negative amount of money that was billed. So I asked, how do we fix this? First, what is this about? And then how do we fix this? And you'll see our responses came from the county treasurer, said there was a problem. They recognized there was a problem. They didn't know how to fix it. That this was a recognized problem that they've had for years. They didn't know how to fix it. But the problem was simply this. When they assessed in February, property values at one number. When we set our tax rate, it's set at that number. That's the number that the supervisors agree on. We can't change it. But when they bill in August, it's set at a different number because property assessment is often lower. So if I'm billing you, if I'm setting our rates at 2.5%, say, for 300 million, and when they do a reassessment to bill it out, and it comes out 250 million, our rates up here, we know what we're supposed to get. We weren't getting it. So we weren't just spending like we weren't supposed to have the money. This has gone on for 9 years since they changed statutes of how they levy and bill. This has accumulated a large problem. I needed to know how to answer this, how to fix this question. So I went to Mark Kuffner, former deputy superintendent. I was in ASBO thinking, I said, there's a problem. I see this answer. Is this the answer? I talked to Karen Smith from Heinfeld-Meesch, who runs the class, and says, how do you solve, is this the answer to solving that problem? I would talk to Ricky Hernandez, who was the former deputy soup of Pima County and now the former CFO at Tucson Unified, and I just talked to him recently as well. And I said, is this the answer to the problem? They all agreed this is the answer to the problems. You're supposed to go when those things happen where you're not collecting what you're supposed to collect. You're supposed to put it in your budget in deficit cash and collect it from deficit cash. Well, when I approached the county about it before this, nobody had the answer. But we sought out and did our research and found the answer. And you'll see that our deficit cash should have been about $847,000 that we should have gotten in funds that we were lawfully, legally supposed to receive. So when you have a situation where, yes, you're supposed to get 2.5 million and you spend at the point where you said, we are supposed to get exactly this amount of money, we're spending, but they're not collecting 2.5 million, they're collecting 2.4. You can then see how that starts to accumulate in negative cash in the county. And if you don't have the answer until now that you find this is how you get the funds for the money that's not collected, and you now have the answer, this is how we can sweep and get the funds. And these are dollars that the taxpayers were supposed to be paying anyway. So we're only going to request that they pay what was accumulated that should have been paid over the last 9 years. I just want to leave you with this note. You get a couple people, a few people who have some negative views of what's going on in Antelope. I can tell you this. Not one of those persons have come to that campus. For the most part, none of them have come to the campus. For not one person has come to tour the campus, walk with me about the campus, have a discussion about the campus, see the kids. And this is why I take umbrage by some of the statements that they say. Our kids, we graduate 40 to 50 kids a year. We deliver, that graduating class delivers between $2.3 and $4 million in accumulated scholarships. And these are academic scholarships. We don't have any sports scholarships. Our kids get scholarships because they work hard at it. They write for them, they use their academics, they use their skill sets to acquire these scholarships. Region scholarships, scholarships, NAU, U of A, $50,000 here, $50,000 there, $40,000 there. They get these scholarships and they earn these scholarships. So I take umbrage when people try to question the hard work of our teachers, of our staff, of our students who fight day and night to go through the processes, to travel, to come in, to go to school. We have 5 CTE programs. Our participation rate in career technical education is over 80% of our students are in one or two of those programs. The ones that don't, yes, they're in constant sports. They can't do everything, or they're in STUCO. We work hard. No matter what your decision is, Antelope, I'm proud of Antelope. I'm proud of the students, I'm proud of the staff, and for the most part, I'm proud of the community. What I'm not proud of is you not coming into our school, and you're not coming and walking and seeing our kids. Our behavior, our discipline, we were lucky before the pandemic too. If we had one fight a year, we were lucky that that was the most we would have. And we always, I'm sorry, Madam Vice President, it was usually between the young ladies. Okay. And it was at the end of the year. Even afterwards, we may get 2 incidents where kids get into a fight. We don't have a fentanyl problem. We don't have general behavioral problem. Our behavioral problem that we say it's a crisis for us is when kids are insubordinate or they talk back to the teacher. And that's for us is like how this is not what we do down here. We got a different group of kids. They're a different group of kids. And I put them up against anybody's kids. And their tenacity, their pride, their willingness to do work, and their kindness. I'll turn it over to Mr. Whittle from there. And if you have any questions of me, please don't hesitate.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, thank you for allowing us to come and speak today. My name is Aaron Whittle. Kind of a little background on me is last April, I came to Mr. Copeland reached out to me and said, hey, we need some help. We're in a financial crisis. At the time, I was with Casa Grande Elementary School District. And as the Auditor General reported earlier about being in non-compliance, when I was at Casa Grande Elementary School District, I was there for 3 years. I started as an accounting systems analyst and moved my way up to CFO. When I came in to Casa Grande as an accounting systems analyst, we were put in that non-compliance 90-day letter, and we stayed in there for 3 years. It wasn't until I became a CFO that we were able to get out of that. So under my leadership, a district has been in that 90-day letter for 3 years, non-compliance. And at Casa Grande, I was able to get that. The district is no longer in non-compliance, which I proudly hang on my wall because I know what it took to get out of it. So Superintendent Copeland gave me a call last April and said, "Hey, can you help out?" So I looked at his finances, looked at the district's finances, looked at the audit, and I said, "Hey, you know what? This is a challenge. This is a challenge. I'm young, and I'm up for the challenge." The number one thing I look for is I look at the kids, right? My opinion is the kids, we need to make the decisions that the kids would make because they're not old enough to make those decisions. So I told them, I said, yeah, let's set it up. Let's get it taken care of. Looking at, go to the next slide. One of the things is obviously everything's based on money's based on formulas, right? Through ADM. So you can see here in fiscal year 17, there was about 230 kids. And then we start to see a decline, right? Fiscal year 20 took a big hit in 21, but you can definitely see where I think 21, 22 was at the bottom. I think we're now back on a trajectory going up. Looking at our feeder schools, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are large class. 3rd graders are huge. So I think in a couple of years, once those students progress onto high school, we're going to get back to the 230, 250 range. So looking at the ADM is a huge thing. Next slide, please. Kind of want to talk about where the district is, where the district was. So the prior business managers, as Mr. Copeland has talked about, believe a lot of lack of AZ school finance, poor communication with the superintendent, with the board members, with the community, budget worksheet problems. A couple of years ago, we had to work off budget worksheets, and then we had to transfer those budget worksheets onto the actual budget, and then poor forecasting techniques. Next slide, please. I do want to mention in fiscal year 22, the district had 3 business managers. They went through 2, and then I was the 3rd one to come on board in April. So going through 2 business managers in 1 year can be havoc. And then, so we had a software where the district had a Business Plus accounting software, which they transferred over to Infinite Visions. So when you do that transfer, it's hard to understand. You got to get the training changed over in the middle of the year. So you're operating in one system and then you transfer over in the middle. So NAU's lack of knowledge of infinite vision. So we are part of a cohort ETC up in NAU. Their lack of knowledge on infinite visions. I have been in school finance for over 5 years. I'm very prone on infinite visions. That's the accounting system that most of the school districts use. When I came over, it was actually Cindy's with NAU. She said, Aaron, how do I do this? I was coaching her on how to work on infinite visions because they were still new to it. It's my belief that I am the only one that ETC will give access to let me do what I need to do because I am able to do it at a high level. And where other school districts, they need that assistance. So working with Cindy at ETC, she's like, Aaron, you know all this stuff. I'm just going to give you access to it. So my knowledge of infinite visions is very, very high. GL reconciliation with the county. So typically reconcile every month, right? County gives the district all funds and the district has to determine what is what. So there is the county gives, I believe, like 5 funds that's separated. One of those funds is the remaining 35 funds. So Arizona, according to the USFR, which you heard about earlier, we have to describe what fund is what. There's about 150 different funds in Arizona. So what happens is the county will say, here's your money. We don't know when we get it, we don't know what fund it is. Okay, how much money is in M&O? How much money is in capital? How much money is in gifts and donations? We don't know. We have to go from the county and we have to figure that out. We have to go in and say, okay, I think M&O has this much in it. I think capital has this much in it. So the reconciliation process with the county is not easy. And I did talk to the county treasurer a while ago, and I let her know I do work at another district, Sackatone Elementary in Pinal County. I did let the Yuma County treasurer know that Pinal County has it to where they say, hey, fund M&O, you have $10,000. Next fund, 20, next fund. And she did say to me that they went to a training and they are incorporating or trying to incorporate the Pinal County's reconciliation into Yuma County's reconciliation process. So that is something that I believe is getting worked on, but it's so hard for us to reconcile. When I was working with auditors, I gave them the reports that I get from the county superintendent's office. And I go, hey, how would you reconcile this? And I asked them, I go, do you have any insight? And they're like, we don't know how. It doesn't tell us. It just says there's one fund. It's like having one bank account, but you throw all your money in there. Well, okay, what's what? Where goes where? So the fund reconciliation, I believe, is a huge problem. And the county treasurer would agree with that. I believe she would agree with that. Next slide, please. So here we have our 2023 GBL. GBL meaning general budget limit. So what we did in 2023 was we utilized ESSER funding to bridge the gap in student reduction seen from COVID pandemic. Also transferred over some DAA over to M&O, which is an allowable transfer. We did submit a 915 for prior year budgets to capture additional budget capacity that former business managers did not capture. The 915, you guys were made aware that it was fiscal year 22 had $395,000 over expenditure. It was actually reduced to $311,000 due to doing a 915. That report is updated through ADE school finance. That shows the actual over expenditures was only $311,000. Our current GBL, based on the current budget 25, is 2.216 million. This includes a prior year reduction of that 311,877 that was captured in over expenditures for fiscal year 22. Our current projected expenditures are 2.203 million, about 2.204 million. We're currently projecting a budget balance carry forward of $12,000. Now, if you look at the bottom there, you can see our GL budget. We have our GL budget. We have our range to date. This is directly out of our accounting system. So these numbers are directly out of there. We have our budget, we have our range to date, and we have our year to date. If you look up the date on the top, our fiscal year begins 7/1 and to the date of 6/30. So we're encompassing everything throughout the year. Our range to date is 2.089 million. We still have some encumbrances of about 14,000. Now, what these encumbrances are is you got to look at, are these encumbrances true? Meaning, are we going to actually pay for this expense? One of the big encumbrances right here is through utilities for the month of June, right? Utilities are going up. So encumbrances are, I looked at our encumbrances and we are over projecting our expenditures for our utilities, for anything that we might need to over expenditure. The reason for that is that last line there, the budget balance. I want to see what's the budget balance. How much do we have left after we spend all this? Now, through going through forecasts, looking at historical data, we're able to come up with these numbers, and we're able to say, hey, this is where we're projecting at ending. So in the in fiscal year 23, we've cut out over $311,000 in our budget. And that was with Mr. Copeland and I working together and saying, hey, and this wasn't, we were working together in May, April, March. This was us working in September of last year, August, September. As a CFO, I'm looking at year end. I want to look at everything. I want to encompass all expenditures. And so in August, September last year, I had June 30th in mind. And I say it to you because whenever I was talking to the staff in the front office for the business department, I was telling them in October, hey, this is where we're going to project. And they looked at me like, you're crazy. What are you talking about? And a couple weeks ago, our accounts payable sent me a text message. And she goes, Aaron, how did you know this was going to be like this in October? And I go, because it's forecasting. It's doing what you need to do. Next slide, please. So our fiscal year 24 projected M&O and GBL. GBL based on numbers, 2.173 million. Projection using 220 unweighted ADM. We are going to see that additional Prop 123 funding. Keep in mind, this is that one-time funding that will go away. And then the budget balance carry forward. Projected fiscal year 24 expenditures, 2.098 million, which leaves us with a projected budget balance carry forward of about $75,000. And also utilizing classroom site fund. As we know, the classroom site fund did get an additional revenue this year for fiscal year 24. However, based on some stuff that's going on in legislation, I think we're going to see a huge reduction in classroom site fund in the years because of the state sales tax going down. So got to be very, very cautious of utilizing the CSF, and I believe we will do that. Next one.
I'm going to talk real quick about the negative cash fund because I've kind of gone through it before you. Next slide, please. Some of our causes, it was 9 years of not collecting what we should have collected. And if you look at your exhibit in CA, you'll see that there is a report. There's an email from the previous deputy superintendent, along with the report that shows that negative cash, where we weren't collecting that cash deficit from. Next slide, please. So if you'll look at what we're talking about now, we're talking about this is where it all came from. It came from your primary tax, from your secondary tax, and from an outstanding of that 9.8% collected. That accumulated over the years of $96,000 just by itself, of just the uncollected of 9.85% not collected. Next slide, please. So we're looking closely, we're talking about working closely with the superintendent, with the county superintendent, with ADE, with technical assistants. I've already approached them excuse me, so I was in bed sick when I was finishing this slide. So I was leaning over the bed, not having a good time, and trying to do this all at the same time in delirium. So I apologize I noticed that later. I said, oh my God, as an educator, I'm in trouble already. So, but you'll see that we're looking closely. We think working closely with the county, working closely with additional professional development that we're working on is a better solution for us. And I'm going to turn it over actually to our attorney to finish this up.
Yes, Ms. Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members. My name is Chris Thomas. I'm with Gus Rosenfeld representing Antelope Union in this matter. I'll just be very brief. You've heard from really the folks that know it best. And I see a lot of familiar faces up there. Dr. Clay, I know you particularly will understand this, which is that in a rural school district, when you're dealing with 200 and some kids that you're educating and you lose 20 kids, that's a big hit. And your costs sometimes stay the same while your expenses, what you're getting in for your funding has gone down. So that's what this district is struggling with, in addition to finding qualified people in really a critical position to be able to manage their books. So that is what we're dealing with here. And I guess I would just say that, reiterate, under 15107, the board has one of four options. It doesn't have to choose receivership. There are a couple of other options, of course, I think would be warranted here, which is to produce to recommend a fiscal crisis team, help the district out, provide on-site monitoring to really assist them, because a receiver does cost the district additional money that it does not have. And as you can see, they've made tremendous progress this last year. Yes, there's this ongoing matter of the ongoing deficit, and that has to be addressed. But when you see that this fiscal year, they will be back to even, and next fiscal year, slightly more, we do believe that we have the right personnel in place right now to continue to make progress. And when you do have the right people making the decisions, I think it's best to let local control play out. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you once again for your.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. That concludes all of the people that we're here to provide information to the board. At this time, board members can ask questions, ask folks to come back up to explain various information, discussion, and then move towards the vote.
Are there questions of board members? Dr. Clay.
Vice President Haley, I have a question. Members of the board, I have a question for the county superintendent.
Yes. Thank you.
Once you found that this was an issue with Antelope. I have two other schools. I have the other school in mind, the other school, and I kept mixing that up before. What did you do? Did you actually go and work with your district superintendent? Did the county superintendent and district superintendent actually come together, collaborate, and say, these are the things that are going on, and these are the possible strategies we can move forward? Because I truly believe that that's one.
We had a meeting with their attorney.
Mm-hmm.
We had a meeting with the county treasurer, Elizabeth Valenzuela, myself, and our county attorney for Yuma to try to resolve, to get a resolution. That meeting was in January. It was in the office of the county manager. So we discussed this, and their attorney, there was a discussion regarding the tax from a long time ago, and the attorney wanted to resolve it. So he called the meeting off. And so that was at the meeting. We've dealt with them on emails constantly. And personally, I don't know how you're going to resolve $1 million deficit and you have a $2.3 million budget. So I don't know how to do that. And that's why we're here today. Because if you're going to pay anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000 in interest to the county, then that is money that you're going to have to add on to try to pay this deficit back. So that's kind of where we are. And everybody has tried to work together, but it's just, this is a big problem for a small district.
So just to clarify, everybody did try to work together.
Well, we had a meeting and we tried to work together.
Everybody's tried to work together and collaboratively. You
As
could
I
not find an
recall,
answer.
The county treasurer, they presented a resolution to her, and she can tell you about the resolution that Antelope presented to her, if you'd like to, please. Because she's tried to work this out. Go ahead.
So in working with the school superintendent's office, I was asked to speak to Aaron Whittles to see if we can, they weren't understanding. It was not coming to a resolution with the communication that was having. So I got involved, and I mentioned to Mr. Whittle that I am looking at a new software system as Pinal has. That's the extent of it. I do not do their bank reconciliation. That's what the school superintendent does for them. And all the reports I send to the school super, and then they communicate with Antelope. So I don't have direct emails or communications with Antelope. And Mr. Whittle had stated in the conversation that he was looking at, well, I believe I can shave around $20,000 off of this budget. And I said, that's fantastic, but that's just not enough to cover at that time $1 million in registered warrants. So that is my conversation of a simple phone call with Antelope School District. The meeting we had together on Zoom in January with the two attorneys also lasted approximately 5 minutes, when I mentioned about the large number of registered warrants. Their attorney basically just stopped the meeting and said, we'll call you later. So that's where we are at. And I do want to mention about the uncollected taxes. So the assessor has the ARS rule to send the valuations of February, and then when the budgets come in and approved by the Board of Supervisors, the County Board of Supervisors, in conducting that tax roll, they are using the adjusted valuations. And so we bill what the Board of Supervisors is approving in that for those valuations. The assessor gives me the roll and I state that on the bill. So those are not uncollected taxes. That's the tax roll. The August determination set by the Board of Supervisors is now what is their budget. What is their, I wouldn't say budget, what is their billing that I will collect at 99%. So up to 100%. So that's where we're at with the taxes and that difference of the February and August valuation number. It is just ARS. Okay.
I would like to touch on the cash reconciliations. All of our districts in Yuma County utilize the same formats, and they are separated by the general fund, which incorporates all their grants, their donation, their 525, 526. All those are lump sum in general ledger per ARS of from the treasurer's side. Then it's separated by classroom site fund, it's separated by capital, it's separated by debt service, et cetera, right? So we do reconcile that. So I believe what Mr. Whittle is referring to is that if he reviews his financials from the Visions, the financial software that they have, that breaks down your revenue every month. When you record revenue as a business manager, you record it to the appropriate fund based on the USFR, correct? So As a previous finance manager, I would take my reconciliation, you take your visions report, you see where your revenue is and where your revenue isn't, right? So I would like to say that all of our districts in Yuma County utilize that same exact format. And as of today, I used to work at 2 former districts, same format we utilize, and our auditors understood it perfectly, as well as the finance personnel. Okay, so that's what I wanted to touch on that. Mr. Hart, do you have anything else?
Yeah, one more thing. I would like to, this is a very unfortunate situation for all of us. But the Yuma County School Superintendent's Office supports whatever decision you make. We're just following the Arizona Revised Statutes to refer it to you, the decision maker, to make the right decision to try to help this district. That's a great district. It's got a lot of great people in it. There's a lot of farmers in that district, a lot of farm workers in that district. It's a very old school district, and it's a very valuable school district for our county. So whatever decision you make, we will support that. But we're here to try to resolve the budget deficit. That's why we're here, just to try to get a plan to where the school continue operating and pay back that money to the county treasurer, because she has supervisors also, and she's acting as their bank, and she's carrying it, and they're paying a lot of interest. Every year, they're paid $7,230 this month interest. So whatever decision you make is fine, but we want to see the school continue. Thank you.
Any further questions?
We may have some more, but
Okay.
to be ready.
Yeah.
Member Meyerson.
I think this is a question for the Department of Education. Could you talk to a little, this is in terms of past receiverships that have occurred. Could you talk a little bit about what is the success rate of a receiver entering in the support of a school and the likelihood of that school that the receiver is supporting coming out of financial distress?
Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of information regarding that. The last one that was done was, I believe, Murphy School District a few years ago. And I really could not speak to any status on that school district at this point.
Deputy Wonder.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Murphy was the last school district that went into financial receivership. I believe the board voted in June of 2018, and they came out in August of 22, I believe, somewhere around that time frame. So it was a 4-year window. The other one that is currently still in receivership is Cedar Unified School District. I believe they entered in 2011, but they had a kind of significant capital liability issue. The receiver's primarily just been doing monitoring work for a significant amount of time. Just some quarterly check-ins with the district until they pay off that liability. It's our understanding that that may happen sometime within the next year.
Is that 4 years a typical amount of or length of time for a school to come out of financial distress, or could you just talk a little bit more of sort of what that standard or is that we
yeah, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I think it's a little bit hard to say that typical. This is a pretty infrequent issue that comes before the board. I think I would probably expect the Murphy timeline to more closely align with a typical receivership, that it would be a few 3, 4, 5 year time frame. Under ARS 15103, there's some processes in place by which a school district gets evaluated for solvency for receivership. One of those is demonstrating like a year of 1 full fiscal year of not having over expenditures. One of them is getting review from the Auditor General's office that they're deemed solvent again. So there's some processes by which the receiver, if appointed, would work with the district to formulate a plan, show commitment to that plan, demonstrate solvency, and then come before the board for the receiver to be relieved of duties. To some extent, that depends on the severity of the issues within the district. But again, it's hard to definitively say, since this is an issue that very rarely comes before the board.
And then maybe one other question, and I think this is for you. In situations where there have been other schools that have not completed successfully the either audit, have had significant audit findings, have all of them, aside from, because this is so infrequent, based on the amount of support either provided from ADE or the treasurer's office, been able to come out of those audit findings clearly? And so like, the only reason we're at this place is because the school has not been able to do that. And so like, literally, this is the only other option at this point, because all of the other avenues have been tried. Is that just sort of like high level summary here?
Yeah, so what sets the whole 15107 in process is that letter from the county coming to us saying, hey, we believe this district has an over expenditure and we would like for you to take that matter up. Then at that point, we reach out to the district and say, hey, let's have a talk. Let's talk about what this means and what's your plan for getting these over expenditures taken care of. In this particular case, my predecessor, Charlie Martin, reached out to the district, and the information that they provided to us was not anything that would resolve the over expenditure for fiscal year 22. So they didn't have a plan for the current over expenditure. They do say they have a plan going forward to get to the point where they're not exceeding their budget. But at this point for fiscal year 22 with $395,000 roughly of over expenditure, they didn't have a plan. I think one of the situations that needs to be looked at is that it is the budget limit that brings it to you, not the cash balances. And so there is a difference there. I do believe the district has an issue with cash balances and what has caused that cash balance issue. But the issue before you is because they have a budget limit that they have exceeded repeatedly for the past 5 years, to the tune now of almost $400,000. Anything else?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent, members of the board, our amazing project director for policy, Rico Yanez, was able to dig out our historical document. So prior to those two that I had mentioned, Union Elementary School District was placed in receivership in June of 2007 and left in October of 2010. Saddle Mountain had a similar time frame. They were placed in receivership in June of 2007 and came out in December of 2010. Peach Springs was placed in receivership in July of 2007 and came out in August of 2012. And Colorado City was placed in receivership in December of 2005 and came out in August of 2012. So in general, it's been somewhere in that 3 to 4 year time frame. However, there have been cases like Cedar and Colorado City that lasted longer.
And I think I was just exactly looking for sort of the data that supports receivership is what helps the school get out of this state so that that money can better be allocated to children. Thank you.
Member Kravickas.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This question may be answered by the department. I just did a really quick glance through 15905 and two things struck me. Almost every single sentence starts with the governing board shall, the school district governing board shall. And this is the statute governing school budgets and school budget limits. At quick glance, it looks as if they got a receipt that they were over budget, over the GPL, they should have had a mandatory meeting. Is that your understanding?
That would be my understanding. However, we don't have any say over what the board is doing at their school board.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
May I follow up with the superintendent? Thank you for coming in your comments. My question is, can you give us a flavor for the conversation at school board meetings? I'm assuming or hoping you've had lots of special meetings and discussions, because I'm kind of surprised that they're not here and that we didn't receive any documentation from them. It's kind of the heart of local control, right? I mean, the statute's really clear that they're in charge of the budget.
Yes, Superintendent Horn, Madam Vice President, members of the board. I just want to say that the board is a very supportive board. We run a transparent board. Any information that comes in, they get it. We don't generally, we hand out that information. So historically, if we get anything from the auditor or anything comes from our budgets, it goes to the president, the vice president, it's disseminated through them. They make a determination. We have a discussion. There's question and answer about things. I've had one-on-ones about things. I've had one-on-ones with most of my board members about throughout the past about this is where we are. This is what we're doing. These are the issues I'm dealing with. This is the reports that I'm dealing with in the past and where we needed to be. I give you, we needed to figure out what was going on, and you just didn't at the time. We did now. You have to understand that I'm an academician, okay? Mine might be in finance and real estate, but I'm an academic. So at the time, we didn't have the proper financial advisory going on to myself and the board. We subsequently realized that with me just putting up my gear and really ramping myself up to know the money part better than usual. So when that came out, I started producing stuff and requesting information and start requesting my own information. I went in place and started initiating conversations with ADE. This is not the conversation I started back when Lyle Friesen and Catcher Bait, when I recognized there were some problems that I needed to deal with about over expenditure. But when we're producing the budget and saying, this is the budget that we have, this is what we need to spend, and you have a financial person that was not following the plan, and that became an issue. Recognizing we've done this for 2 years now, you not following the plan, going on 3 years, we can't do it anymore, okay? Because we need to be out of this. We're going over our limit, over our budget expenditure limit, and we can't deal with everything else. We have to keep dealing with this as an issue. So we run a very transparent conversation. Now, I'll say this with regards to the board members. They're probably watching this, but you have a chief of fire there. You have another school superintendent sitting on there. You have a teacher. So their availability may not be as accessible as normal would be. Also, they know we have a lawyer. They know we have Mr. Willow, myself, that they know I'm very transparent about my information. There's nothing to hide. There's nothing that I don't let them know and call them up and say, we have an issue, or we don't have an issue, or this looks like this. Let me talk to you about this.
Thank you for that. And members of the board, the reason I asked that question is because when I look at the differences between like a crisis level 2 and a receiver, the role of the board or the interaction with them in the board seems to me to be a really big distinction in those options. And this has been going on for so many years, and budgets keep being adopted and submitted by the board to the department. So that's my concern.
And I agree with you. That happened because they were being given the budget, and I wasn't given the budget based on this is what your budget is, not recognizing the GBL in the budget and making that adjustment for the budget. And I will tell you, when I met with Lyle Friesen, we talked about the GBL and talked about, okay, you set your budget, but you actually spend at this level, and it was supposed to be spent at the level, it wasn't spent at the level. But we have subsequently having the right person in the right place, working with the board. We have subsequently, and we've had these conversations. What do we do? What are we going to do? And let them know it's going to be tough. You're going to hear from staff. You may hear from staff. You may hear that we're not going to be able to provide certain things because we need to get under our budget over expenditure, and we need to do it this year. And we've done it this year, and it's been tough, but we put in place to make sure we did it so that we can match our GBL with our actual budget and have it taken care of. And I'm giving Mr. Whittle a lot of credit for this, and the staff a lot of credit. They have really worked with me in the mandates and the things I've said to make sure that we did be successful and that we deal with that issue.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. We just made aware that there is a governing board member in the audience who'd like to address the board as well as part of this. That will be the final speaker. I believe it's governing board member Jared Osborne.
Great. And then after that, I think other members have questions.
Vice President Haley and members of the board. I grew up out in Antelope in this small farming community, and I love Antelope. Absolutely love it. About 5 years ago, I noticed Antelope seems a little rocky. So I decided to get involved, and I was elected this past election. And I was shocked when I found out how much debt there actually was and how far back it went. I knew about the 350,000 somewhere in there. I knew about that because he told us about that, but I did not know about the years past. And I know I'm new, but I was not told. There was no special meeting to talk about it. I didn't know that had been going on for 5 years. When I got the letter saying we were almost $1.2 million in debt, somewhere in there, I was shocked. It was a surprise. And so I just wanted to say that. I do know that Mr. Copeland has a good heart and has love for Antelope. I do know that. I do not know if he's been handling the finances correctly. As I looked at the general auditor's report, it felt like everything was a mess. Things were not put in things weren't put in the proper places. It felt like when they needed money, they just grabbed money off the table. And this is how they got their money. That was the overall consensus of it when I read it. Now I'm just a poor farm boy, but that's what I've noticed. Anyway, I do know that Mr. Copeland loves Antelope, but I do not know if he handled the budget correctly over the last 5 years. It doesn't seem that way. It breaks my heart that we're in this situation. It really does. And I look at that deficit as almost too big. And I've thought about it over and over and over again. And maybe receivership is the way to go to help us get past this hump. And then our community can take it back over that school and get it right. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before you ask a question, I think Member Clark had a question. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank you for your service. Unpaid school board electors it's a great job, and thank you for your service. And I want to say my questions were not necessarily to criticize current or former board members. I'm actually trying to spotlight potential, not loopholes, but problems in the process. So as we think about making sure that this doesn't happen again and it doesn't go as far as this. So I just want to thank you very much.
Member Clark?
Yes, no question, just a comment. I know there's a lot of people that have worked very diligently on this issue for the past several months. So I'd like to thank Mr. McCain for all of your work on this, Superintendent Hurt and your deputy who came and spoke today, Treasurer Moreno for your comments today, of course, Auditor General Perry and Director Heiger. Is it okay? Obviously, State Board staff, especially Deputy Director Wonders and Mr. Yanez. I don't know if there's further questions, but I'm prepared to make a motion.
Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, so presented before us today, we have 4 different options. We have require the Department of Education in conjunction with the county superintendent to monitor the expenditures of the school district. That's option 1. Option 2, we have direct the Department of Education to contract with the level 1 fiscal team. The level 1 fiscal team shall provide on-site oversight and off-site monitoring of the school district for no longer than 12 months and shall advise the school district on all fiscal issues, financial issues, and professional development training related to financial issues. Option 3 is direct the Department of Education to contract with the level 2 fiscal crisis team. The level 2 fiscal crisis team shall provide on-site oversight of off-site monitoring for the school district for no longer than 24 months. Shall have the authority prescribed for level 1 fiscal crisis teams and may override any financial act or decision of the school district, including expenditures. And then option 4 is to appoint a receiver who, subject to the discretion of the State Board of Education, may take any actions prescribed in section 15-103 subsection F. Do I have a motion? Member Clark?
I move pursuant to Arizona Revised Statutes, section 15-107, subsection D, paragraph 4, to appoint JS Held LLC as a receiver for the Antelope Union High School District, charged with performing any action outlined in Arizona Revised Statutes, section 103, subsection F, paragraphs 1 through 11.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Meissen seconds. And now we vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. In the opinion of the chair, ayes have it. Option 4 is selected.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, just for next steps, Deputy Wonders and Policy Director Yanas will be following up with the district, the county treasurer, county superintendent, and all other parties to let them know what comes next.
Thank you. And I just want to echo what Member Clark said. Thank you for all the members of the community in Yuma County, as well as in Antelope or in the Walton area, for coming and presenting today. Thank you also for the staff of the Auditor General's Office and the Department of Education for the information that you presented, and for our state board staff. We really appreciate a lot of time and energy it took to brief us and prepare us for today. It was not taken lightly. Thank you. With that, I think if we have quite a bit of other things to go through the rest of the today. I think we might need to take a little bit of break. Are members supportive of taking a quick break, or do we want to pull a Dr. Core and plow through? Okay, if we could do a 10, let's see, what time is it? I can't tell.
It's 12:35.
If we could take a 15-minute break, individuals can, that would be fantastic. So we'll reconvene at 12:50. I'll take full responsibility. It is 12:57. I think 12:57. Jason, thank you for sticking with us. Okay, so we're moving on. We're on number 5C. We're going to, it's information only. Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you. I'm just going to provide a very quick update on the rulemaking package for Move On When Readings, R7-2-318. As you'll remember, the board opened rulemaking on Move On When Reading back in February. Since February, board staff has taken the rule package to numerous stakeholders, including stakeholder groups, special education advocacy groups, schools, ADE, Read On Arizona, the major stakeholders in the area, county superintendents, of course, first, actually, Dr. Clay, and put a package together. That draft package went for a public hearing last Tuesday. The public hearing had good turnout, about 38 folks. 10 folks spoke. It was about 7 in favor of the package, 3 that had some questions and concerns. We've actually followed up with those that had questions and concerns to help assuage those concerns or address them. And the rulemaking package will be brought before the board at the August meeting to vote on closing. Any questions at this time?
No, but thank you so much, Director Ross. Moving on to number 5D, presentation and discussion regarding educator retention and recruitment data.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is part of the track brought forward to the board actually by Member Meyerson. One of the areas of interest for the board moving forward in the next year is teacher recruitment and retention, and where some really wonderful things are happening in Arizona to help increase recruitment and retention. But as the start of that, we wanted to get a table setting data presentation to show you all the statewide and national data. And so I reached out to my old buddy, Bruce DePlanty from the department, and he agreed to come present. And I just want to give the department a shout out because the presentation is amongst the best slide decks I've seen when it comes to this. So I'm very excited to learn more.
Perfect. I'm on. Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, members of the board, it's my pleasure today to introduce you to Carrie Ng, who will help me with the presentation, data reporting analyst in the educator recruitment retention area. And we've been working for quite some time on building dashboards and building data and looking at the workforce, looking at prep contributions is all the way through how long teachers stay. And so this is just really kind of a hodgepodge collection of data that hopefully you'll find, if nothing else, interesting. I think you'll be able to see some trends, some national trends that kind of line up with some Arizona trends. And we'll kind of run through it. It's I've got like 30 slides for you. So, I mean, we'll run through and get you there. So next slide, please. This is just kind of a brief overview on the ASPA data that comes out every year. We stay in tune with that in the department. They survey LEAs every year, usually get around 150 to 170 LEAs to respond. And this is as of like the August snapshot, how many positions they have yet to fill for the school year. And so that goes back, I'll read my own little readers here because I'm getting old, 2016 all the way through 2022, which was the high. But again, this is positions that have to be filled. It's shortage. And I'm going to allude to this a couple times. Last fall, we had the opportunity to have an mentoring induction symposium. And we had Dr. Richard Ingersoll at that symposium. And so we let him have a hold of some of our data. And if you don't know the name, he's a national researcher, I believe out of Stanford, does a lot of work, has been doing a lot of work on educator workforce for decades. You'll see him quoted on the news quite often. And so he has some updated work, presented that at the symposium, as well as took the Arizona data and looked at that. So I'll just kind of allude to that a little bit. But he does talk about, and doesn't really show you in the slide, that the demand of educators has been outpacing the student enrollment. In other words, we've been wanting more educators in our school than the student enrollment in the past to support. So in the 80s, we were here. Well, student enrollment stayed here, but we asked for more teachers. So we can see that coaches, instructional coaches. So we've added more positions to the educator workforce. This slide is from a NASDAQ presentation last year. NASDAQ is the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification. We're part of that, both state board staff as well as ADE staff. And I only included this to show you that teacher workforce, teacher shortage has been a concern for a very long time. And that was the notion of the presenter was we've had workforce issues for a very long time. And if we go to the next slide, well, this section is specifically looking at ed prep. I know we've had a lot of ed prep conversations. And so this will hopefully give you a snapshot of what's happening in Arizona around the around ed prep and folks coming out of that. This slide, the blue is institutional recommendations. And so any state board approved prep program, when they have a completer, issues an institutional recommendation, says, this person's done, here's what the program they were is, and here's the certificate that they qualify for. And so the blue is showing you how many folks are coming out of with institutional recommendations. The red bar is how many folks actually obtain an Arizona certificate using that institutional recommendation. And then the gold bar, or rust, depending on which version you're looking at here, is the number that actually show up in our schools as reported in the teacher input application. So what you really want to focus on is the last 3 years. When you looked at the very first image, there's a data thing going on here. Starting with the second set of bars that you see, that's the year we asked and required all ed preps to submit their institutional recommendations to us electronically via a spreadsheet. And we said, just give it to us all. Prior to that, we were taking the papers. And so they would hand that to the person would have to bring it in or mail it in and actually apply. So we really didn't have a picture of how many institutional recommendations are you even issuing, because if they didn't get to us, we didn't know about them. Now we know about them because they're submitting everything to us. The next slide is a comparison of the top 4 institutions as identified by the number of IRs that they issued, institutional recommendations they issued. The caveat about looking at this data, though, please look at FY23, the furthest to right, where you see everything kind of nosediving, and just realize that we're not done with FY23. We haven't seen the folks that got institutional recommendations in May get jobs yet, right? That gets reported August, September. So if we had this conversation in December, or I could update Carrie could update the slide, and we could have the slide for you in the fall, and then you'd see we're 23. So on the furthest right is teachers reported in TIA. We would expect that to be low at this point because we haven't started the fall yet. The next slide kind of compares the top 2 institutions in the state that are ed prep board approved ed prep programs, again, based on the number of IRs issued. And so some takeaways here, just to see some of those numbers and how the different institutions fare with number of IRs, getting certification, and then actually getting into work in the districts and schools. So Grand Canyon, as you may know, has a large footprint nationally. They are a national.
Member Krivakis had a question.
One quick question. Is the Brown, are they in only Arizona schools or?
Correct.
Or in the country? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. We don't have the capacity to pull that. I don't know that. I mean, that would be a big research project to pull that, but yeah. So Grand Canyon University they're one of the largest national ed prep program providers. And so it's not alarming or concerning, but we would see a lot of IRs, a lot of certificates given, and then in relationship to that number, possibly not being in Arizona schools because they may not even reside here. They may have never resided here. They may be in a state that they serve, completed the program there, got a certificate here, and then use reciprocity to get a certificate in their home state. And now I'll let Carrie talk to you about the next group of slides.
Hello, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. What we're going to look at next are the top 4 alternative programs. So you can see they're listed there: Teachers of Tomorrow, Teach Now, Classroom, and ABCTE. And you can see what they're contributing to our workforce. It is down this year in institutional recommendations. One thing that we found when we were looking at these alt programs is these teachers should be in the classroom as they're completing these programs. So we expect to see the blue bar and the orange bar match, and they didn't. So that allows us to follow up with those programs and say, you know, where were these teachers teaching? And then we can follow up with districts and figure out why they're not being reported in TIA. So it leads us to finding some of those data issues and some reporting issues as well. But you can see last year we had about 188 issued, and this year so far we've only seen 141 completers, but they are contributing about 100 into our workforce, into our classrooms is what we're seeing. Next slide. Next up are those classroom-based programs. These are the newer programs that we're seeing. Right now, we're only reporting on these 3 districts because they have completers. If you look at those first 3 sets of bars, that's all Vail. So they've been around, they've just had their 4th set of completers. And you can see that one-to-one that we expect, the blue bar matching the orange. They're in a classroom while they're doing those programs. In the last bar, the 2023 IRs, those include all 3 of those school districts, Vail, Lake Havasu, and Washington, with Washington having the most number of completers of their program this year. The red bar doesn't match yet because they're on an alternative cert. And so the red bar is only those standard certs that we want them to have once they have completed the program. And then this is the rest. This is everybody else that we haven't touched on. So these are your smaller community colleges and your smaller universities and what they're contributing. Just as you said before, with the 2023 data, a lot of these programs, their people just finished. And so we don't expect to see them in TIA until the fall. And so that would account for why the orange bar is a little bit smaller in the 2023 information versus the 2022 and before. But they're contributing about, around 300 to 400 into our classrooms per year.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
If you look at the data for 2022, it's almost a doubling of individuals that are participating, or at least
as far as
65,
the IR,
65% increase or something. My numbers are totally off. I apologize. Anyway, what would be the cause for such a significant jump from 484 to 737?
The jump up?
Yeah. Is it just, did we approve, are some of these community colleges newer programs that were brought on?
Bruce could speak better to that if they're new.
As compared to which year?
So if we're looking
If
at
you
the
go
2021 IRs
to 2022, there's such a significant jump of individuals in IRs. So I would imagine because of programs that have been approved.
On these newer ones?
Yeah, it could be. I'd have to go back and look at start dates, but I know that the community college has really been pushing there's been a lot of press around them getting bachelor's programs. I can't recall all the dates, but the Arizona Teachers Academy went in. I don't know how that impacts some of those programs and their advertisement around that.
Yeah, good point. Thanks. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, next slide. Finally, in the ed prep realm here, the top half is going to be looking at what's being issued. So these are their program areas. What are they completing? And so that's following what year they completed their program. The red now represents 2021. The orange is 2022, and then the blue is 2023. So the top is how many people are completing those types of program, with still elementary leading, but it's slipping as far as like number of people that completed that. Secondary held strong, as well as special education and admin and early childhood. And then the bottom reports, if those people ever ended up in our classrooms. So, obviously the blue is not, it's in progress. But if we look at orange, we had, 1,700 elementary education and 950 of them eventually ended up in our classrooms. So remember, we have to kind of think about those IRs as they're not all going to end up in our classrooms, because some of them are online programs like we saw with GCU and what we see with, University of Phoenix. So we have to always take those IRs with a little bit of a caveat, like, yeah, we're producing this many, but they're not all coming to our classrooms. And we'll go next slide. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Is self-reported data. Yes, it is self-reported data. So yeah, you have to, when we dig, we find mistakes a lot, and we'll follow up with the districts. We're like, did you really mean to only report this many? And like, oops. And so sometimes, yeah, as we dig further and further and we get into these projects, we're finding things and getting them fixed. But I definitely feel like this year's data was a lot stronger than some of the years past. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All right, this next graph is going to show you, we're looking at following a cohort. And so when we say cohort, we're looking at, so 2016, there were 5,303 teachers that were going in reported as zero teaching experience. So that's when they started. And so then we're following and we're seeing how many of those specific teachers are then reported into you in the years that follow. And so you can see one of the trends that we're looking at is that first year is becoming a smaller group of first year teachers. So by 2019, our first year teachers are under 4,000. In 2020, we had 3,400 of first year teachers. And so that starting pool is looking a little smaller, which is concerning. So obviously they fall off kind of at a similar rate, but the first year cohort is getting a little smaller. So something to note. So what are we doing? What are some of the options we have to get more teachers in the classroom? So we're looking at some of the certs we offer. This is the International Teaching Certification. The table on the left is the certs that have been issued each year, and that's what the graph represents as well. That big dip you see in there is the COVID, that's 2021. We did not, obviously people aren't traveling. So we've issued a total of 1,285. Of those, 896 have ended up unique individuals have ended up in our classroom. So the table on the right is what's been reported in TIA, those that were issued a cert and have ended up in a classroom at least for a year.
And I do want to kind of pop in on this one. So this international teaching certificate it is targeting the cultural exchange visa, the J1 visas. This is not folks that were necessarily, I mean, these folks were prepped outside the country, but this isn't looking at folks that were prepped out of the country and are immigrating here. This is the cultural exchange visa. And she's going to show you the next slide and you'll see why the stay rate of these folks is, 2 years because they're on the cultural exchange.
Right. Yeah. Next slide. So on this slide, we take a look at the graph on the left is what are they teaching? The blue represents elementary education. So that's the biggest group of them. And the red is math and then followed by English are the next biggest areas. And it kind of falls off after that. So that's what they're teaching in our classrooms. The center is the ethnicity breakdown. So the blue represents the Asian population. So most of our international teachers are falling in that category. And then finally, the one on the right represents how long are they in our classrooms. The blue is actually 0, they got the cert, but they never ended up in our classrooms. The red is 1 year. And so what we found was that 85.5% were employed 4 years or less, and with 30% never being reported. So like he said, they're not moving here. It's a temporary solution type of thing. All right, next slide. The other certs that we are looking at are the subject matter expert certs. And so this is another way to get people into our classrooms with a different type of certification. So on the left, you're going to see the number of certs issued. The reason there's 3 columns in that table is because the first column is counting number of certs, and we issue those certs by subject. So a person could get 2. They can, if they are able to be an expert in both math and science, they could get 2. So there are duplicate certs in there. That center column is unique educators that were issued the SME cert. And then if you look to the far right top, that's going to be the number that were employed each year. We do follow the cohorts. The reason you're going to see that second year pop up is very similar to what we were just talking about. They got the cert, but they don't get into a classroom until the next year. So you'll see each cohort, that second year is actually the largest number of them that were in a classroom, and then it kind of trickles back down. But overall, what you're going to see is that about 2,000 teachers were in our classrooms this year on this type of certification, with most of them teaching science and math. Next. And I'll pass back.
This is where we trade up. So the slides are Carrie's product. I didn't have a hand in the slide other than just we vetted the ideas of what to look at. This is from Ingersoll. This is some information that he presented in the fall and on some national trends and some national research. And it's just showing that the attrition rate for teachers in comparison to other fields that we, as you know, we have one of the highest attrition rates. And so attrition is choosing to leave the field versus a turnover, or, a district turnover might be somebody that just leaves and goes to a different district, but attrition is by and large, they choose to leave the field, and it is so small, and it's 56%. It's washing it on the screen up there. Next slide, please. And then the next slide is again from Dr. Ingersoll, and it's just at what rate are they leaving in comparison to the number of years. So you can see that we're losing, more than a quarter in the first 3 years, almost 30%, as we all know. The next slide has him look at the Arizona data, and I couldn't find on his slide deck his graphs to this, but he announced at the symposium that the national rate was this. I don't recall what that was, and it's as high as it's ever been. With COVID, with that in mind, people hunker down during hard times, and then when the economy gets better, they kind of leave. He goes, it's high, and Arizona's higher. This second one down is where we'd probably like to focus you. And that definition of beginning teachers is within the first 4 years, is the definition of a beginning teacher for this slide.
What's going on with the charter? Vice President Haley, can I ask a question?
So I would say, and Carrie can correct me if I'm wrong, since this is teacher input application data, that system was designed during highly qualified days. And it was designed for folks to LEAs, districts specifically, to report for title purposes. And so when it began, they only reported core teaching areas, and the definition of highly qualified and No Child Left Behind of core teaching areas. After NCLB went away, we retooled it a little bit to still capture that information still needed. It's valuable at the state level. It's also needed for title reporting purposes. And so it gets a little expanded. About 2 years ago now, some legislation was run on really classified folks and the need for schools, all schools, to report basically every staff member, classified or certified, or teaching versus classified, because of the ethical issues and trying to find them and notification to keep kids safe. And so that's all that it said. I would take the charter school number with a grain of salt, because there was an age where, yes, 95% of charters reported, but we don't know, did they just report the teachers they had in staff that were charter or certified, and they had many more teachers that weren't certified, but they weren't in our system, so they didn't report them? There's all kinds of questions around that. And so I would take it with a grain of salt, and I don't know what this error of measurement would be on that, but it would probably be big.
Just maybe just as a comment, I don't know, because similarly, as I'm looking at that, it is a pretty confusing, like the teacher input application, just generally, it does ask for things that charter schools aren't necessarily held to.
Correct.
Around certification. So I think especially great question, Member Clark. I think this would be such valuable information to get. Is there any plan of adjusting the application so that we can get better data? Can I speak to that?
Sure. Can I start?
Yeah.
Let me start. So that is she's on the.
Oh, in my mic. Oh, sorry.
So the question was around the teacher input application and if there are any plans. It's on a very old legacy system.
Yeah.
And so our IT department talks to me often about, can we shut down that server? And like, no, we can't. But I think a long range plan was the certification system right now is undergoing a revamp with a vendor.
Okay.
And so, I've talked with leadership a little bit, but that might be a great place to roll in a revised teacher input application and modernize it, and to be able to handle these different situations, and thus would even make reporting. I know certification reporting is going to be much better in a couple of years because of the new system as well.
Great. Yeah. we get asked, I even get asked by my team, what do we think about how, so it's pretty complicated.
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to say about that number. So the way that these were pulled is I pulled TIA from 2022. So you reported these exact teachers, and then I was looking for those same exact teachers in 2023. And so, could they have reported it differently one year than the next? Absolutely. But if they reported it in 2022, I would expect them to report it in 2023 unless that teacher left.
But it wouldn't also account for a teacher moving into a leadership role. So staying with the school.
Right. So
in terms
I
of
only
retention.
pulled teachers. Yes. So and lots of school districts. And I ran a report on that, how many left went to a leadership role. So yes, that person would be counted as, oh, they're not teaching anymore.
Right.
But
so that would show up as the school hat or whatever system.
Right.
Has
But they might have moved into it. Yeah. They're just not teaching anymore. Absolutely.
like I like to say, I'm part of these slides because I hold a teaching certificate and taught for more than a decade, but I'm no longer in the classroom. But when we're looking at teacher shortage and the number of bodies, we could kind of, so many stories, so many different ways to play this story. Next slide, please. This is just real quickly, just the number of total teachers reported. So you can kind of see how that has fluctuated over the years. Not having went out and talked with LEAs about the whys and about what's and how many teachers are on 6/5 contracts and how many, things did you collapse and move students to another area. So you have to take that with a grain of salt.
All right, so this slide, what we're looking at is the teacher experience. That blue bar represents teachers that have taught for 0 to 4 years. And so you can see it's been pretty consistent. That is the largest bar. And so there's not too much fluctuation in that in the last, 5 years. The red bar is 5 to 9 years. So it represents the same amount of time. And so we would hope for those bars to match. But you can see it's about half the size of the blue bar. And that's, we've already kind of spoke to that we're losing half of our teachers. Also to think about now, once you get to the orange, that is now a 10-year span. So we would hope that it would be double, and it's not. So we're losing teachers that are originally vested and that, have made it to the 5 to 9. They're not making it to the 10 to 19. And so the rest are all 10-year spans. We hope to get people into those pink and purple. That's, once they reach those retirement ages, we're hoping to get more people there. That just kind of gives you a brief look at that.
Random question for those that are 4 years and less. What if they leave and then they come back? Do we have many? They're counted.
Yeah, they're counted. So we look at, we follow those exact educator ID numbers. And so we see when they leave, if they come back, they're counted in their cohort again. Yeah, good question. I was going to talk about that here. She already nailed it. So this is just looking at percentages versus raw numbers. We saw the raw numbers of the cohorts and them dropping down. This is looking at percentages. And like she said, we do add people back in when they pop back in because we're following those specific people in each cohort. And so the big story here is year 5, you're under that 50% mark. We've lost half the cohort. Next slide. This is pulling the data the same way we were talking about earlier. We're looking at following them from one specific year to the next. So that blue bar is 2019. We looked at, they were reported in TIA in 2019, and then no one reported them in TIA the following year in 2020. And so we were losing 14% there. It got a little better during COVID. No, not a lot of movement, 13%, but you can see this past year from looking at our 2022 TIA data and looking at who was still reported, we lost 18.5%. Next slide. These are raw numbers for the experience level that we're losing. Obviously, 4 years or less is our largest group of teachers. So, we're losing more of them. We are hoping not to lose more of them because we want to get them vested, but you can see it's growing. We're losing more and more each year in that category. And 5 to 9. What's worrisome is, once again, those 10 to 19 year teachers, those are the ones we expect to be vested and not leaving the classroom because they've been there so long, just hold on, finish it out. And we're losing quite a few of those. Next slide. This is a snapshot of one of the dashboards that's interactive that we've built, looking at that question of who are we losing? And so there's actually more layers to this. This is just a few of the layers I've given you today. So we're looking at those 2022 TIA data and then looking at who did not show up the following year in 2023, with a total number of 10,000 being lost out of the 57,000. You can see female versus male. That total number at the bottom just gives you an idea of the workforce. So you're not like, oh my gosh, we lost 8,000 female. Well, 43,000 were made up of female. So it's kind of expected. The certified status is the pie graph on the left. One thing to note there is 26% of the teachers we lost were not appropriately certified, where the workforce is only made up of 17% of people not appropriately certified. So we are losing those at a little bit greater rate. The bar graph in the middle is the grade level. Once again, the total at the bottom really helps you because yes, we lost about 3,000 high school teachers, but they also make up 17,000 of our workforce. So it's actually pretty even across the board of what grade level we're losing. And then age is in the bottom right. So that's not experience, that's age. And the thing that's concerning in the age one is the red and the blue are your 20s and 30s, people that have not reached retirement age leaving our profession. You can go to the next slide. And pass it back to Bruce.
So just to fully look at the the workforce pipeline. This is looking at emergency certification. This is specifically looking at emergency teaching certifications. And so you might see a higher rate of request. It should be close to a 1-to-1 because I want this teacher. I'm going to ask for a certificate for them. So, you know, we don't know exactly why, except maybe some decisions happen later that adjusted that. But you can kind of see the rate of that. This does not include emergency subs. And emergency subs usually are not teacher of record. They're usually filling in. And then we have some districts that just really beef up their emergency sub pool using the emergency sub certificate. And that's a high school diploma or more. So again, usually not teacher of record. So we wouldn't want to include it here. Next slide. This is appropriately certified status. And I would just say that when we talked about appropriately certified in the dashboard and here, we are only talking about district schools. And so this is just looking at the rate of schools and the teachers that hold the certification that was expected for the position that they fill. And so you can see that we're about 3/4 and then the alternate means of moving folks around. This is from a survey that was done in 2016, so a little bit old. We've attempted to adjust TIA to ask why people were falling off, because in TIA, when a district reports or a school reports, they have to delete them basically and say they're not here this year. And so we started to add the functionality of why are they not coming back? That takes a little bit to adjust to ask the right question and get people to respond. The first years of data was just it's not useful. And so we kind of have to go back. I think that when Dr. Ingersoll presented this nationally, and there's some other data right after this, it speaks to the workforce conditions, supportive administration as being the number one reason why teachers are turning over. And the next slide will show you from a national perspective in a recent NASDAQ presentation from last year that's also backed up nationally. The first slide was 2016. This was this one was presented last year at a NASDAQ conference. And I don't know the exact date of the mass TELS survey. I'm hoping it's more recent than 2016, but I couldn't find the source. So the next slide is just for us to briefly, because I know it's been a long meeting, what we're already doing and considering in the recruitment retention team and as in the agency, and maybe some things to look at as well. Just to highlight, it was just at the NASDAQ conference. Dr. Kaur was there as well. And some of the conversation really, LEAs, I'll say LEAs instead of districts, because all LEAs are really looking at their workforce and starting to identify the gaps, since not everybody's coming from a traditional prep program where they have student teaching and field experience. Now we have alternate routes, and we have like the subject matter expert route with folks coming directly in, that there's these gaps in preparation of just things that they don't know and haven't been exposed to. And so how do we address that? And it can go from pedagogical knowledge to also ethical knowledge. This is a different workplace than folks may have come from. And this is a different second career. And so there's already talk about that. You've taken some action in the last couple of years, but we'll continue to keep an eye and work with the LEAs on that. Mentoring induction is researched and proven to be an effective retention strategy. Like there's probably almost no other money that would match that strategy. You can't professional develop your way out of this necessarily without the support. So when you start talking about workplace conditions, you have leadership training and how the leadership supports their staff, but you also have the gaps that those folks are coming in with, and how do we get them up to speed. And mentoring induction is one of the strongest ways to do that. Apprenticeships have been on the radar. Many states are going after this. This is really targeting folks that maybe don't have a bachelor's. Apprenticeships could include folks with bachelor's, but think of this as maybe primarily a para to educator pathway, supporting folks through like a continuation of educators rising. You know, you have a kid that maybe is an educator rising in high school. Maybe we can put them in an associate credential, and we could have them working as a para or a teacher's aide while they are in this apprenticeship at a degree-bearing institution, get their degree, get their teaching certificate. And so that could be paired up with apprenticeships as well. Career teacher pathways. I've stood in front of you before with mentoring induction standards, the teacher leader endorsement or teacher leader standards. Hopefully I'll be coming in front of you for teacher leadership endorsement, being open and allowing teachers to add expertise to their certificate in which LEAs may utilize hiring practices around, or maybe even differentiated pay to give a career pathway that folks don't simply need to go to administration. They can support students and schools in a different way. We're also engaging at the department in leadership training and support. We have a supervisors principals academy. We have the qualified evaluator training. We have a principals academy that's coming online and doing a lot of work around that. And then that furthest box over there is classroom management. And so we're doing a lot of work. It was launched a couple months ago, and already we're waiting list to get in the classroom management training. This is for teachers. This is also for school teams. Dr. Kelly McQuaid is over that and implementing that program along with some of the leadership training and supports because we hear that too, right? Especially folks that struggle with classroom management and they've been part of traditional programs, or they've not been, they've been one of these other pathways. And again, this is a very different workplace. And so some specific training around how to engage kiddos and manage that classroom is kind of some of the things that we are doing. And last slide is that we are in process of engaging an ADE task force on educator retention and recruitment. We hope to launch that at the end of, is it July yet? No, meeting wasn't that long. Next month, I think we're still in June. Next month, we hope to engage a panel of folks to talk about some of these things and some of these strategies to not only guide some of the work that the recruitment retention team does, but also to toolkits and things to help LEAs, as well as to inform maybe some policy decisions coming out of that. That is the end of our presentation. And again, she was hired a year ago, and our systems are so complex and this data is so complex, but you can see how it's a pleasure to work with her and brainstorm and say, can we do this? Can we follow this person? Can we follow a person who comes in with this and tell the story? And Carrie makes that happen. And you can see the beautiful slides and the beautiful data and the things that she considers as she goes through. So I want to commend Carrie.
Dr. Clay.
I have a quick question. Have you considered, well, it's not a question, it's a comment. You mentioned Ed Rising. Okay, every situation I've seen where we've had students go into the Ed Rising program, and then that school saying, listen, when you graduate, we're going to put you right back into the school to be a para, et cetera, et cetera. I think we've had a lot of great stories, but we don't know what we don't know. I'm talking about the state. Have you considered doing PSAs directed towards high schools to start Ed Rising program? You know, CTE teacher program is the least logistic of all the CTE programs. The easiest one to manage is just getting the teachers in there. But the biggest problem we've had is being a teacher isn't cool. All right. It is not what they want to do. So somehow we have to change that paradigm. Okay. And maybe some sort of campaign directed towards that group of students, because they need jobs, they need work. We need to get them out of the closets. We have in the closet teachers, I call them. They really want to be, but they really don't think it's cool. But I think that we need to have some PSAs, really commercials, whatever we can, talking about Ed Rising and talking about how great it is to be a teacher to that demographics. Okay, that's all I have.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for that presentation. I know that many of us are very interested in those data points. And so thank you. Moving on, we are now on to item 5E, presentation discussion of My Future Arizona and college matriculation. So Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thank you again to Bruce and the team As somebody who falls in the purple bar, I did not realize how old I get. I was like, oh, I'm like, what bar am I? I'm like, oh, 23 years. It made me feel old, but still good. So with us today is Emily Brown from the Arizona Department of Education. And this is the other track that the board had wanted us to pursue in future meetings, which is about college matriculation and attainment. It had begun with a FAFSA presentation in, I believe, March. And then we had an ECAP presentation, excellent ECAP presentation last month. And Emily's back for part 2 for MyFutureAZ.
Good afternoon, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. Thank you for having me back. My name is Emily Brown, and I'm the School Counselor Director at the Arizona Department of Education. In addition to providing support for school counselors all across our state, I work closely with Pipeline AZ to manage an education and career action plan tool called MyFutureAZ. So I'm here today with Mary Foote, and I'll let her introduce herself to you now.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board for having me here today. We're really excited to talk more about the platform tool today.
So we're going to be providing you with a high-level overview of our platform, MyFutureAZ, and showing you features from the different user perspectives. So to get started, MyFutureAZ is a free tool for students in grades 6 through 12. It's available to all of our students across the state of Arizona and their parents. We use skills mapping technology to connect the students with a career based on their interest. Students will get started by registering for an account. This is a really simple process for the students to complete, and then they'll log into their dashboard. Once they're in their dashboard, they'll start by taking a career interest assessment. This assessment is 60 questions long. It takes students about 2 to 5 minutes to complete. Once they've completed this assessment, it provides a customized experience in the platform for each student. They're going to see industries and careers within those industries that match with their interests. From there, students will be able to create a post-secondary plan. So they'll be able to see what education is required after high school for the career that they're most interested in. We provide a profile for the students to document their achievements. They can enter in information that will generate into a resume. And this is really nice because it's like a virtual ECAP. So everything they're doing for the ECAP, it's contained within our platform, and they continue using this information throughout adulthood. So it goes beyond high school graduation. Once they graduate, they can still access the information that they've inputted, including their resume, after high school. And then we also have the opportunity for students to explore courses at their high school based on their interests. So they can create that 4-year plan, which is really going to create those meaningful discussions between school counselors and students to ensure that the courses they're taking in high school are going to help them with their future plans. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mary. She's going to show you the platform from the student perspective.
Thank you, Emily. Emily talked a little bit about some of the features in the tool, and I'll just take a little bit of a deeper dive into those. So some of the benefits of using the MyFutureAZ tool is that career assessment that helps align their interests to different career pathways, the ability to explore favorite careers, really define a career goal and how they plan on getting there, tracking scholastic achievements and milestones. They can actually create a digital portfolio that they can take with them throughout their lives, and completing every part of the ECAP just by using the tool. So this is the dashboard. It's always going to be at the top of the student's screen, so they're able to refer quickly to any of the areas of the ECAP located within the tool. We also have links to different resources like scholarship information, a program called Reality Check to understand how finances relate to different career pathways, so they can actually understand kind of the value of money and how that would work. And then the ability to invite a parent and guardian up there. And then we go into all of the step-by-step process, but they can always go up here to jump. So the first step is taking that career assessment that Emily mentioned. It does take about 2 to 5 minutes. We ask questions like, do you like working with numbers? Do you like being outside? And that really helps us to understand what are the different career pathways that we should be showing them. So when they see their top listed careers, we really do focus on those that are in-demand careers within Arizona, although we show all career pathways. They're able to see the percentage match to each of the different pathways. And then school counselors or educators, they can actually go into each student's assessment, understand how they're answering each of those questions to also get a better idea of how they're matching. So each of the career pathways has a lot of great information. We have salary information at entry level, mid-level, and expert level. This is all Arizona salary information. They're also able to see the knowledge, skills, and ability related to each of the different career pathways. They also are able to see the demand projections, right? So understanding how in demand that career pathway is in the future. We also show education options for each of the different career pathways at entry level, mid-level, expert level, what's needed from an education standpoint. We work with all program providers statewide, so four-year universities, colleges, boot camps, et cetera, to really understand how each of their programs align to different standard occupations. Here, they're able to pin some of their favorite careers. So they can pin up to 5 different careers. They can go back and change those at any time, but allows them and the educator or counselor working with them to understand what their priorities are. And we also use this to help understand how to show them recommended course plans. Graduation goals, this is the section where we're actually able to understand what their post-secondary plans are. They have a variety of options from industry recognized credentials, 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees, military, and then they can also just select other if they're thinking about getting a job right away. We also ask them whether they've completed a FAFSA. So Pipeline is also the platform for about half of the state's community colleges. So counselors there are able to understand if they may need additional support with the FAFSA. Also, educators and counselors can see this answer and also talk to them about how to complete that as well. So based upon those favorited careers, that's how we match students to high school course planning. And they can toggle between their different interested pathways and what their recommended high school courses would be. So we're going to show, what are the standard recommendations to graduate from high school. Then we'll show recommended courses based upon whichever career they have up at the time. So if they want to be an engineer, we might say, hey, you want to take more science and math classes, or maybe you want to take vocational education based upon the interests and the different careers they have selected. And then we also show CTE courses that may align to the interests as well. This is their opportunity to review all of the ECAP tasks, although they will have completed all of these if they've gone through the various different steps. They're also able to understand during the ECAP task that they need to invite their parent or guardian. We really encourage parental involvement to walk through the plans with students. And then parents are also able to create their own education and career plans through using Pipeline if they choose. Building courses. So this is where students are able to think about what courses they want. So this is something that is available as early as middle school, but we see a lot of this activity within high school. So, and they're also able to do this by grade level. So 9th grade, they can go through and select all of the courses they want. And that's based upon what the recommended courses are that we've shown them, as well as what may be available at their high school or local CTE. And Emily's going to talk about the educators, but I will also just emphasize that students, as they complete that plan, it is available with them as a digital plan throughout their time in Arizona.
Thank you, Mary.
Next, I'll show you the platform from the educator perspective. So we have a lot of resources for our educators because we know how important the adults in the students' lives are when planning for their future. So we do offer different account types depending on the educator's role within the school. We have a variety of reports that are easy to generate that provides the district with data of how the platform is being utilized by their students. We have a student dashboard for those educator users to see all of their students in one place. And then we also provide support with a list of ECAP tasks for the students to complete. So the first type of account is going to be the school administrator. This is going to be the person within the school or district that oversees the school counselors or the teachers working directly with the students. And we created this account type for the administrators to be able to pull the reports and really implement the platform to the needs of the student. We have an educator account, which is for the school counselors and teachers that are working directly with their students. We want them to be able to see all of their students and their progress in the platform very easily. The next type of account is the students, and that's really what our platform was designed around, our 6th through 12th grade students, as well as their parents. We encourage all of our students to invite their parents to the platform so they can work on ECAP side by side.
Can I ask a question? Oh, you go.
I just had a question about that. So parents have to be invited in. Parents aren't automatically included since they're minors.
Yes, so the student creates the account themselves. And then once they've created the account, there's a button right at the top of their dashboard that they invite their parent or guardian. They'll input their email, and then the parent will immediately receive an email with a link to register for an account.
That was my same exact question, which I think is problematic. I think this is amazing. And I think that I would want every single public school student on it. But I think as the parent, I'm responsible ultimately for my child. So the idea that we put all of this there for the child and then it's on the child to invite their parent seems a little bit backwards to me. It also would be concerning to me because the parent should know what's information is out there, what's being put together by their minor child too. So I don't know how we alleviate that, but that would seem to be problematic to me.
Thank you for your feedback.
Madam Vice President, I would echo that. It shouldn't be optional. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the view from the administrator dashboard. There will be a variety of reports for them to view, and that will really help support the needs of the students. They can see how many students they have registered, what tasks the students are completing, as well as how many parents have accepted the invitation and signed off on that student's ECAP. The next perspective is for the educator, those school counselors and teachers. They see all of their students in a list, and we have a quick snapshot to see which tasks they've completed there. But when the student name is clicked on, which is the next slide, then they'll see the student's profile. So the student's profile will show them everything that the student has inputted, and they can view the student's career interest assessment results, as well as the student's resume very easily. So we support the school counselors and teachers with ECAPs because we know it can be a burden to some. So every year, the schools are required to submit 2 plans to ADE. The first is the school-wide implementation plan. And within this plan, any school that's using MyFutureAZ would include those activities in this plan. So if they're providing classroom lessons or the counselors are working one-on-one with the students in our platform, they would include that in that plan. And then the second plan that the educators are required to submit to ADE is the student sample plan. So this is that portfolio of the students' documents showing that they've completed their ECAP. But when the school chooses to use MyFutureAZ, they don't need to submit that student sample plan because we're able to go in and view the students' portfolios. We do have a list of ECAP tasks. And while we realize that ECAPs are a journey, not a checklist, we wanted to give our students and our educators and parents a starting point. Where do they start with the activities in our platform? So as you can see, we have inviting the parent or guardian as one of the ECAP tasks. We do check to ensure that students are completing all of these every year, and we see that from ADE to make sure that they are inviting the parents, filling out their profile, taking the career interest assessment, and finding careers based on their interests. And finally, our parents. We know how important it is for parents to be involved in this process, and we really don't want students to go through this alone. So once the student creates their account, right at the top, it will give them the option to invite their parents. The parents can create their account and then they'll log in and see this dashboard. So this is really easy for the parents to navigate. They can go through the recommended tasks with their student, and they can actually sign the ECAP. So they can say, we've verified that we've talked about the students' plans together. We have received a lot of positive feedback from our parents. They enjoy using the platform themselves. They like to take that career interest assessment and see what careers are out there, because our platform is managed by MyFutureAZ, which is an adult platform. So we do have a lot of resources that help our parents and our families, and it really helps enrich the lives of everyone that is in that student's life. So although it is designed for students first, parents do get a lot out of it as well. So here's our contact information if you'd like to reach out after our presentation today. Otherwise, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Any questions, Member Kravickas?
Thank you, Emily. That was great. It's so much different than CIS was. Looks really good.
Yes.
I'll just leave it at that. But my question is, well, it's actually first a statement. I, for professional reasons, did a huge 50 state scan for dual enrollment. And what I learned was pretty much every state has some version of an ECAP now, an ISP, an ICAP, whatever. But almost unanimously, what I saw in the field is there's a huge disconnect between IEPs and what I'll say is ECAPs. Some states have taken really big proactive steps that I'd like to see Arizona take. I mean, Washington actually produced an entire manual on how to make sure they work together. Rhode Island has a dashboard on it. It's mandatory there, so I know it's a little different. Because the misconception in the field is that they're duplicative, which, as you know, they really shouldn't be. And I had one of my interviews in Vermont described it perfectly. She said, the ECAP is supposed to be the student and parents' dreams and goals, and the IEP should be, what is the school going to do to come alongside to make it happen? But oftentimes, because they're seen as duplicative, what I've heard, and I've heard it here from school folks, oh, well, they have an IEP, so we don't have to do that. Right. So, which is also why that parent perspective is really important. So I'd like to see how AD can create some really, and not call them, by the way, not call them crosswalks, because that kind of reinforces the idea that they're the same and just copy and paste over here, but really do some intentional training, because we really need to increase our post-school outcomes for our kids with IEPs as well. The second thing is I love the format of it. And I'm going to say this tongue in cheek. It doesn't look like a government type format. It's very user friendly, right? Okay. So you guys know what I mean by that. So I would love to really see how we can embed transition IEPs to give them that same flavor, rather than just looking like, you know, a required compliance document that unfortunately so many of them do look like. I didn't know if you had any thoughts or comments on that.
Thank you. So I do work part of the time in career and technical education, and the other part of my time is spent with exceptional student services. So we do work together to provide PD to staff all across the state. And we have Transition Tuesdays, which are webinars that the educators can join virtually. And we do have Transition Tuesdays on ECAPs and transition plans. We also work together to present at conferences across the state to ensure that our educators are aware of the differences, but how they can complement each other. So we do have that career interest assessment and the reality check assessment, which are very easy for the students to complete. We've made it so the students see like a little face. If it's like an unhappy face, a neutral face, a happy face, they can indicate whether or not they're interested in working with their hands, working with people, communication. So we have designed that with transition plans and that age appropriate assessment in mind, hoping that our schools will utilize MyFutureAZ to really support that transition planning process, because we want them to have defined career goals based on what they're interested in and to be able to see the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for what they are interested in, and being able to define that area of high interest we know is really important, and seeing which classes that they can take so they can start to advocate for themselves. So we've been intentional in designing the platform to support all students, and we will continue to work with our educators to ensure that they're aware of this resource and how it can support with transition plans.
Thank you for that. One of the legislative recommendations in a different state was actually to require SPED directors to sign off on these. So I would not necessarily advocating for that, but when I saw user types, that comes to mind because it's really envisioning the college counselors. I'm using that in a big district, right? But maybe even creating a user type or including the special education directors in the administrators so they can create their own dashboard. And I love the idea of connecting those assessments because that is a big concern in the field. Yep. But I think knowing how schools are, SPED directors need to hear specifically from ADE, this counts, because it's all about monitoring, you're shaking your head. And I think, so that's why I think that new and explicit guidance would really go far to make sure that they know, oh, if you do this, this kind of counts here, and we'll help you with monitoring to make sure the checks, I don't even know what to say, everything gets checked off the list appropriately.
Yep. And that's one of our presentation topics that we present on several times throughout the year, trying to reach different audiences so they know that the activities that they do in MyFutureAZ really support with that transition planning process. So we'll keep doing that and hopefully work on some more documents, providing that guidance and clear support for our educators out there.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my last question is, there was recently a story on KJAZ that I shared with the board members or through staff. And I hear from a lot of attorneys in the field that this is really prevalent, that there's an issue about course planning and graduation dates for kids with IEPs. And in a nutshell, to me, what stands out in all those articles, including the Supreme Court case that came out this past summer, is parents felt off guard. Like they didn't find out till senior year that, oh, they're graduating this year. I thought they were staying till they were 21. Oh, you mean they're not graduating? So that course plan really caught my eye too. And I want to talk about it as a board with transition plans as well. But making sure that parents really have that opportunity freshman year to say, this is when we expect our child to plan. Let's start back mapping that now, because I think there's a lot of issues in that article that are statutory, but I think the one thing we don't need to change statute is we need to give parents an opportunity to have that conversation with schools starting freshman year in both the ECAPs and the transition plans. Because I looked at the ECAP rule, and I don't quote, and Sean could probably quote it. Right now it says basically there's an expectation of a 4-year graduation rate, which for about 95% of the students that makes sense. But the contention is for the students who can or may stay past 18. So that may even need some regulatory review to make sure that we're being really clear in ECAP that course plan is going to factor in the kids who may stay longer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all your work.
I have a comment. First of all, thank you very much for what you're doing. I am an avid supporter of ECAP and anything that has to do with students changing their paradigm of who they are and their significance. I think our biggest problem or our biggest challenge is people don't know what they don't know. All right. And so here we go again, another PSA or something like that, some sort of statewide commercial saying this is what an ECAP is, and you need to know how to forecast your jobs and, all these different things. And that we do start our ECAPs in the 7th grade. A lot of schools, I'd say 90% of the schools do start it. But the thing is, we have so many silos. We're doing so many great things. which causes people to say, well, you're not doing this, or you should do this. So I think what we need to do is on a 30,000 foot view, we need to get everybody on the same page. Here we go. Grandma in the home needs to know that we about ECAPS and how important it is, so that we can all sing the same song, so we all know the same words. But I think right now we're keeping it just in education.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we've been doing this forever. And I've been working with a lot of people who've been doing this forever, but I don't think it's permeating enough out so that our kids can change their paradigm about themselves. Just like the reality check, you tell a parent to have their students do the reality check. Kid will change their attitude about their parent really quickly, and about how important their parent is. When they say, well, I'm leaving home and I'm going to have this, this, and that, you go through reality and say, wait a minute, I need money for this. I need to do this. By the time you finish, they can't even afford a bike. And they are really being nice to their parents. Hey, can I stay with you for a little while? They're not acting the way, they're not acting as entitled as some of the kids do. So what that does, that brings the relationship, even the reality check brings a relationship of the family and the students together. How do we get that? I don't have those answers. I know in my county, we're working on the answer, but how do we do that statewide where everyone knows an ECAP, where everybody understands what the Bureau of Labor website is about, where everybody understands how to forecast jobs, where everybody understands how to navigate through all this stuff, so that we can move forward, we can move westward in this state, instead of, because I still feel, and it's going to irritate me as long as we're so siloed. We are so siloed. We need to get a little bit more broader. And I think you're doing a great job. You're doing an excellent job. This is the way to go. And we are moving forward little by little. I see it. Long as we're not running in sand, you won't hear anything from me. But thank you so much. We're going to be doing some great things. I want to work more with you, okay, to get this out, not only to the county superintendents, which they got it, but also to our legislators and everyone else. If we're going to thrive and survive and move forward in this state, we need to do this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And to follow up, Mary and our team at Pipeline have been working with our marketing team to really determine a best plan for promoting ECAPS. As you know, you ask our students, you ask your parents, they don't even know what an ECAP is. So how can we market our program so they're understanding it's not just a 4-letter word, education and career action plan? How can we move that forward and really help all of our students understand that why? Because once they understand what's in it for them, it will connect the dots and they'll have meaning for their education, and they'll be more motivated to, succeed with their high school courses, with their activities, with their sports, if they have that why. So we really are working closely with our marketing department. And I think we will go ahead and volunteer you to be the actress in our commercials.
I love it. I love it. Awesome.
Anything for you guys. You
Thank
just
you.
calling me, it's done.
I love it. Okay, well, let's move on to our next item. Thanks again for that presentation. We really appreciate it. Very thorough. Let's go to item 5F, the presentation discussion of the State Board Student of the Month program. Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we are very, very, very excited to talk about this new initiative, which will bring students a little bit more present into board meetings. Here today to discuss it is the person spearheading it for board staff, Shannon Etz, who leads our open enrollment and constituent services work. I don't know that Shannon has had a chance to present before the board before. She joined us in October. She used to work at the department, so she and I have worked together for a long time, and she is phenomenal, and I'm glad she gets a chance to shine in front of you.
This is my first time and I'm very nervous about it. I practiced in the mirror over the weekend how to say Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thanks for that intro, Sean. I will note this was Sean's brainchild. I think it was like a 3 a.m. thought he woke up having. But we do want to highlight more students in the board meetings, really just kind of bring attention to the great things that our K-12 students are doing across Arizona. So we are initiating a Student of the Month program. The way it's going to work is we'll have a nomination window. It's going to open mid-July and stay open until mid-September. Really, anyone can nominate a student. It can be from a public school, private school, charter school, an ESA student, someone that's homeschooled, whatever that might look like in any of those different educational environments. We're looking for students that have some kind of exceptional experience or characteristics, whether that's personal qualities or character. It might be an achievement. Maybe they're doing really great academically. Maybe they've got a great sports experience or extracurriculars. They might be making a really great impact on their school or on their community. Maybe they have some kind of civic engagement. They're a volunteer rock star, or maybe they're doing some kind of business enterprise. Whatever that might look like for that student, we're looking for a pretty broad spectrum to highlight. So the way it'll work is that nomination window will open. Board staff will receive those nominations and kind of review them, and we'll pick 2 students to recognize at each regular board meeting throughout the rest of the year. I think that's kind of our overall summary. Are there any questions?
Just a quick comment. I would love to see the Arizona Families for Home Educators, make sure they know about this. And then I also would love to see it on the weekly ESA emails that go out to all ESA account holders.
Thank you, Member Clark. Yes, absolutely. And I'm glad, Shannon, we really wanted to emphasize that, this is representative of all models of education in the state, but also all parts of the state that, that we're really looking for nominations from every county. We want Graham and Greenlee. We want everybody in the mix. And so big thank you to Shannon for spearheading this work.
Thanks. And I do want to note, we did also talk about, we are looking for elementary kiddos as well as high school students. We know students are doing a lot at all different ages, so we want to make sure that's reflected as well. But thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Moving on, we're now at item 5G, presentation and discussion regarding legislative affairs. I think Deputy Director Wonders.
Yes, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We will be very brief, as the legislature has been very brief in this time period as well. At this point, we have 345 bills that have been sent to the governor. 202 of those have been signed. 143 bills have been vetoed. Since we last had a board meeting, the legislature came back into session on June 12th and 13th. There was kind of a flurry of action getting bills sent up to the governor. At that point, the legislature at this point is adjourned until July 31st, I believe. We are still in session at this point. And just for a reminder, any statutory piece that doesn't have an emergency clause will take effect 90 days after the conclusion of session. So once the legislature adjourns sine die, then that clock will start. Just to provide you kind of brief updates on bills that have been enacted at this point. House Bill 2060 has been signed into law. That bill allows for school districts and charter schools to either use the statewide kindergarten entry assessment that the board had approved last year, or use a locally selected appropriate evaluation tool. The second bill, just to make board members aware of, is House Bill 2460. In statute, prior to this bill, there were some kind of parameters that had to be met for a school district or charter school to suspend kiddos in kindergarten through 4th grade. The bill made some changes that allows for 2-day suspensions in lieu of those kind of criteria, I think up to a total of 10 days. So we just want to provide a quick update that those bills did get signed by the governor over the past few weeks. And at this point, we are kind of waiting to see what the next steps are at the legislature. But as of July 31st, they'll come back. So hopefully we have good news by the time of a board retreat in August. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Deputy Director Wonders. Now we're moving on to item 6. This is a call to the public regarding items 7, part of the consent agenda for certifications enforcement actions. Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, there are no requests to speak at this time.
Okay. Very good. We are moving on to item 7, the consent agenda certification Enforcement actions. The consent agenda for enforcement actions will be taken in a single motion. Do I have a motion to approve items 7A1 through 7A11, 7B1 through 7B2, 7C1 through 7C3, 7E1 through 7E7?
So moved.
Member Catanese moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kravickas seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on, we are now on item number 8. This is a call to the public. This is a time for members of the community to comment on items in the general session portion of the enforcement actions. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have one request. Flynn Carey is virtual.
Executive Director Ross, Flynn Carey is with us. Let's see if he's available to give his comment. It was a very long meeting, so he's been with us since the beginning.
Oh gosh, amazing.
Have they responded to you, Jessica? Okay, perfect. Okay, Flynn, if you're with us, go ahead.
Flynn, you're unmuted. If you could provide your comment.
If Flynn comes on in the next minute or so, we'll maybe give them a chance, but we can move forward. Vice President Haley.
All right, let's proceed forward on the general session certification of enforcement actions. So I would like to take section 9A in a single motion. These are the negotiated settlement agreements. Do I have a motion to approve items 9A1 through 9A6?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Clay seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll now move to item number 9B.
Yeah, Vice President Haley, it does look like it was just a microphone issue. He joined from his cell phone, so now he's available for.
Wonderful. We'll pause for a moment, and Flynn Carey, we would love to hear what you have to say. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Unfortunately, it looks like he might have accidentally hung up when selecting the options to unmute.
Okay, well, if Flynn is able to join us momentarily, then we'll have him join us. We'll proceed forward with item 9B. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to suspend the teaching certificate of Jenny Bolton for a period of 3 months and approve her application to remove deficiencies, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Meyerson seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving to item number 9C. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke the certificates of Ashley Brewer for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Superintendent Horn seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to item 9D. I think we have our speaker. We'll pause. Flynn Carey, if you're here, we would love to hear what you have to say. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I apologize for the technical issues. It wasn't going through on Zoom. Just very briefly, this is a consent agreement that was negotiated back and forth between Mr. Caputo, the department, and the respondent. We think it's fair. We think it strikes a balance between the concerns that were expressed by the board staff, while also giving Mr. Wilk a continued opportunity to demonstrate rehabilitation. So we would just simply ask that the board accept the consent agreement on this matter.
Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and for joining us literally all day.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving to item 9D as in David. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke the teaching certificate of Thomas Chavez and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kravickas, seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now moving to item 9E. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to revoke the certificates of Melissa Solonsky and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Superintendent Horn seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 9F. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law and the recommendations of the PPAC to revoke the teaching certificate of Talal Yusufazi and that all states and territories be notified?
So moved.
Member Clark moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Katney seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving to item number 10. Director Ross, any updates for us?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Just a quick reminder to the public, there is no board meeting in July. Our next board meeting will be a 2-day meeting / retreat on August 28th and 29th at Arizona Western College in Yuma, hosted by Dr. Kaur's organization, which we're very excited about. And just hope everybody has a restful July.
Awesome. I think Member Kravickas has one quick question.
I just wanted to let the board know I attended the Utah State Board of Education had an event. They've had 6 of them across their state where they are promoting meaningful practices of inclusion for students with disabilities. The event this was just one of 2,000 educators. They've created an entire manual, rubrics, guiding, they're doing training. And the whole thing started with an amazing presentation by the associate superintendent, who basically put out all the data. They spent 2 years cranking data for students with disabilities and laying out the research of why inclusion is how you improve outcomes. And this was the path that the board was taking. So it was super powerful. It was well done. And they're now going to have a series of events for parents in August, which I thought was great. And I just wanted to point out that it all came from their CAP. We had a presentation from Melissa Trollinger a few months ago. It was the parents on the CAP that raised this issue, brought recommendations to the board, and apparently they negotiated for 1.5 years. And the board ultimately approved some recommendations and actually gave funding for the event. So I just wanted to thank the board staff for supporting me to attend as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I wish Dr. Kaur great luck as he competes internationally in Spain. Hopefully he and his colleagues at Arizona Western College win their Triple E Entrepreneurial Awards. And for everybody else, thank you for your patience today. And I thought it was a robust meeting. Many thanks to the SBE staff for helping to prepare us. You all are extraordinary. So with that, the meeting is adjourned at 2:23. Thanks so much, everybody. See you in August.